It's time for a revolution!
That's far enough.
Huh? Who's they?
It is I, the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm.
Good people of Khura'in, we can't allow things to go on like this.
The Defense Culpability Act has done nothing but produce countless victims of wrongful convictions. The time to act is now, for we, the Defiant Dragons, have obtained the ultimate weapon, the Founder's Orb. And to the Garenian regime, make no mistake about it, I will personally dethrone you. A dragon never yields, nor will he rest until his revolution is complete.
And this concludes our report on the recent television hijacking incident in Khura'in. But really, could have anticipated such a surprising turn of events? Did you hear that, Polly? Someone hijacked the airwaves over there. It's like something out of a movie. Apollo? Yeah. What are you up to this time? Wait a second. Do you know the TV hijacker or something, Apollo? You could say that. But it was a long time ago. And why do you know someone like that? I mean, they're calling him an insurgent. Yeah, about that. Hey now, is that any way to talk about the man who raised you? Hey there, Apollo. Long time no see. How have you been, son? It's that guy that was on TV. Guilty as charged. Surprised to see me, Apollo? I just beamed in from Khura'in, and boy are my arms tired. Because this can't be happening. I must be dreaming, or hallucinating, or both. No, you're not, Apollo. It's that TV hijacker / insurgent in the flesh. I'm so confused. Mr. Hijacker, sir, I have so many questions I don't even know where to begin. But let's start with that bit about the man who raised you. Wait, don't tell me you haven't told anyone about me, son. It's okay to brag about it. Tell everyone your old man's me, the rebel Dirt. I mean, my face is all over TV these days. I'm practically a celebrity. Trucy, would you say we close up early today? What? Why? Come on, son. No need for the cold shoulder. I know I'm going to regret this, but what do you want, Dirt? You just show up here without warning after all this time. What is? I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice. Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Well, Okay, so maybe there's a little something I need your help with too, but the fact is I came here to see you. That's the honest truth. Yes, I think we've established that. It figures. I haven't seen him in 10 plus years and he's already asking for a favor. He really is a rebel in the purest sense. He just does whatever he pleases. Come on, Polly. I need details. Inquiring minds want to know. Okay. Hold your horses. First, I've got a few questions of my own. And that's Charlie the houseplant. You know, my hideout used to have a houseplant too. We called it Apollo. I bet it was a cactus. How did you guess? Because Polly's hair's just as spiny. Hey, leave my hair out of this. And he has a prickly attitude to boot. I better quit while I'm ahead. Pleased to meet you, little lady. My name is Dirk Sadnaddy. I'm a rebel by trade. A rebel? But on TV they will call you an insurgent. So which is it? Personally, I vote for a rebel of the cause. A real headache for anyone in your way. True, see. You got me there. I'm the head of a resistance group. The Defiant Dragons. We're like the good, the bad, and the ugly, but without the good part. In Kurain, I'm like the boogeyman. A tall tale parents use to sweep their kids straight. That's too bad. You seem like you would be a fun, cool guy to hang out with. This little lady's a real catch, son. I'm talking bridal material if you get they are biologically related. No, this is not Mississippi. Wait, what? Oh, stop it. You're embarrassing me, Dad. She's a plucky one, all right. Someone plucked me out of my misery. Now, about that man who raised you business. What did Mr. Dark mean when he said that he's the man who raised you, Apollo? The truth is, I grew up in the kingdom of Kurain. Did I, never mention that? Oh, so you grew up in Kurain? Wait, are you saying you're not from around here, Polly? No, it's just I was raised in Kurain when I was really little. Still, that's a shocker. It's like I hardly know anything about you. How come you never told me? Apollo, you really haven't said a word about your past, have you? What, that I was raised by a wanted criminal? It's like a bad joke. It does sound rather melodramatic. I doubt anyone would even believe you. So you two haven't seen each other in a while. You could say that. I would wager it's been at least 10 years. Wow, that's a really long time. Yeah, well, I figured he had forgotten all about me. Not a chance. It's just, well, starting a revolution takes time and keeping it going even more so. And being a wanted man, I couldn't just hop on a plane and come to say hello. I get it. It's fine. Though truth be told, it's weird having Dirk suddenly show up acting all paternal. I had even almost forgotten about Kurain. No, that's not true. I probably tried to forget about it on purpose. Now then, Mr. Dirk, what is it we can help you with? I need to get my hands on the Founder's Orb, the most sacred treasure of Kurain. That's where you come in. The Founder's Orb. Wait, but didn't you say you already have it in that broadcaster voice? Don't go believing everything you see on TV, little lady. No one's seen hide nor hair of the Founder's Orb for some time. No way! So that was just a bluff. What are you going to do if you don't find it? I don't know. Guess that just means we have to find it, son. Because I can't really back down now, can I? Different years, same old trick. It's all coming back to me now. Hold on. I think I read something about this in the newspaper a while back. Something about you guys stealing a secret treasure from a temple's treasure room. That's a load of crock. We didn't lay a finger on the orb. Really? Yes. Baseless allegations, all of it. Our enemy has really found a way to keep us on our toes. So it's like a setup. That's the long and short of it. However, my compatriot has been hot on the orb's trail, and just the other day, his hard work finally paid off. We now know the Founder's Orb is in Kurain Village. Kurain Village. Yes, I hear there are spirit mediums there. They even have direct relations with Kurain. Spirit mediums? Right. Some doctor of archaeology there supposedly has the orb. His name is Archie Buck. My defiant dragon compatriot has already made contact with him. Apparently, someone asked the doctor to study the orb, so whoever asked him to do that is the real thief. Most likely. And you think this guy will just hand the orb over to you? My compatriot, Dad, says that Dr. Bluff has already promised to do so. It seems he knew it had been stolen and wanted to do the right thing. Dad, I remember running around with him when I was a kid, so he's here too, huh? Apollo, I want you to be present as my lawyer when I take possession of the orb. Would you do that for me? Fine, but I'll charge my standard fee. Now tell me about the Founder's Orb. If I remember correctly, the Founder is always depicted as a faceless spirit medium. What do you mean, faceless? Images of the Founder, the Holy Mother of Kurain, never show her face. Depicted is to commit the greatest taboo in Kurainism. The greatest taboo. I wonder why. I mean, what could she have looked like to make them hide her face like that? It's not so much about that. It's the fact that if they knew what her face was like, they could summon her and channel her spirit. And I guess she doesn't want that. As for the Founder's Orb, it was discovered during an excavation 8 years ago, and has an interesting legend that goes along with it. It said that there's a riddle to the orb, and that anyone who can solve it will receive immense spiritual power from the Founder herself. Sounds like one big fairy tale to me. In any case, it's just what us defiant dragons need to get our revolution started. With it, we can gain spiritual power and thus the legal authority to rule Kurain. Wait, suppose I believe this legend, then anyone could become king or queen, and that's why you think it'll help you overthrow the Kurain regime. Only the rulers of Kurain have ever laid eyes on the Orb of Apollo, a legendary treasure that bestows immense spiritual power. Doesn't that sound like something you would want to see with your own 2 eyes? That does sound just a tiny bit intriguing. That should just about cover everything. Any other questions? Not right now. Oh, I almost forgot. I bought you a present. Eat up, son. Sushi. I figured you probably couldn't afford 3 square meals a day, so... Yay, I was just thinking it was time for lunch. You dig in too, little lady. After all, we're practically family, right? Yeah, I mean, she is literally family, but thanks, Dad. That tuna looks good. This salmon sushi's got my name on it. Aren't you hungry, son? This is some of the best sushi you'll ever have. I'm good. Oh, well, okay then. Actually, I have one more present for you. Here, what's this? A picture of your father. It's been 23 years since he passed away. This is my father. His name was Jove Justice. Jove. I haven't talked to you about your real father in some time, but as you know, he was a musician, a wandering minstrel, if you will, and a talented one at that. Why? Why are you giving this to me now? I thought it was sad you didn't know what your old man looked like. I searched high and low to find that one picture. What's wrong, Apollo? Don't you want it? I don't know. I mean, it's not like I ever met the guy. Well, I went through all the trouble finding it, so go on, take it. And don't ever let it go, you hear? Well, now that our bellies are full, what do you say we hit the road? 1 second. Hey, Trucy, any idea where Athena is? She left early this morning to pick up Daddy from the airport. Oh, I almost forgot. Mr. Wright is coming back today. Yeah, but I wonder why he cut his trip short like that. Anyway, shouldn't they have been back by now? Knowing Athena, she probably got lost. Well, there's no point sitting around here waiting. Let's get going. I can't wait to see that super mysterious treasure. To Kurain Village, then. The Founder's Orb awaits. So this is Kurain, a mystical village of spirit channeling, and where ancient traditions come alive. Looks like a really peaceful place. I love the air here. Nothing beats the mountains, huh, Apollo? Come to think of it, we used to live way up in the mountains too, just like this. Sure brings back memories. Those were the days, the three of us living happily in peace. I still can't wrap my mind around it all, you know? That Mr. Dirk is not only Polly's daddy, but Prosecutor Sadmatty's as well. And the way you two talked about it like it was nothing, the whole bus ride here. I guess it is a lot to take in. So tell me, Mr. Dirk, what was Apollo like as a kid? Oh, he was full of piss and vinegar, he was. A real rascal. He and Naruto used to run around in the open fields, naked as jaybirds. I've even got pictures of him posing in his birthday suit. Whoa, Dirk. No way. Prosecutor Sadmatty used to be like that too. The two of them would end up with leeches on their butts and cry like babies. Dirk, don't you think you said enough? You're no fun. Yeah, I wanted to hear more about the misadventures of Polly. Hey, what are you people doing here? Emma? You know this lady's son? Yeah, this is Emma Sky. She's a detective. Technically speaking, I'm a forensics expert, but I'll let it slide. Anyway, I can't say I'm surprised to see you here. You always seem to pop up whenever there's trouble afoot. Still, what are the odds of running into you here in the boonies? By trouble, you mean you're investigating a case. Does it look like I'm here to sightsee? Wait, don't tell me. You're not here to see Dr. Buff, are you? How did you know that? We're actually on our way to meet with him right now. Figures. Well, follow me. I'll show you the way. Really? Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, son. Just follow the nice lady. So this is Dr. Buff's study. Wow, look at all those books. The shelves go from floor to ceiling. It's like a library in here. Yes, and lots of artifacts too. A true archaeologist's paradise. Look, son, there's so many relics they're spilling onto the floor. What a delightfully amusing room. All I see is a mess. And what's with that white outline? I think we all know, right? Emma, where's the doctor? Well, the thing is, he died last night. Wait, what? It seems an avalanche of books knocked him off his bookshelf ladder. We're labeling it an accidental death. What? Please tell me you're joking. As if I would come all the way out here for a few laughs, Apollo. Yeah, I guess not. A scholar killed by his own books. What do we do now? I mean, how can he transfer ownership of the orb to you if he's dead? Yes, that is a problem. Emma, can you please tell us exactly what happened? So the doctor died in an accident. I received a call this morning saying Dr. Buff had been found dead under a pile of books. This morning, talk about bad timing. You mentioned that he had fallen off a ladder. Right, we believe he fell from the top of that big ladder there. Apparently, he triggered an avalanche of books while bumping the beach one, and that sent him headlong on a fatal fall onto the hard floor. How sad, killed by his own books. But at least he was doing something he loved. For a scholar, I suppose it's kind of like a soldier being killed in the line of duty. You could say he died an honorable death. Emma, who was the first one to discover the body? About that, whoever it was, it seems they wanted to remain anonymous. What? It happens now and then. Some people would rather not get involved with the police. I can relate to that. Yeah, being a wanted man and all. What now, Dirk? A dead man can't exactly hand over the orb. We'll just have to find it. It must be around here somewhere. Just to fill you in, Emma, we're actually here to get something. Pops here had an agreement with the doctor. The doctor was supposed to hand over a sacred relic known as the Founder's Orb. But Pops... Oh, I see. That could be a problem considering he's dead. Do you have a plan B? I have an agreement in writing. My compatriot Dad should have it. Well, there shouldn't be any problems then. So who is this gentleman you're exporting? Oh, right, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Dirk. He's from the kingdom of Kurain. All the way from Kurain, huh? So, what do you do there? I used to practice law, but I'm taking a break from all that. I'm focused now on making Kurain a better place, though. Volunteer work. Volunteer work, huh? How interesting. Well, it's not technically a lie. So, how do you two know each other? Oh, he's sort of my foster father. Come again? Yeah, and he's Prosecutor Sad Maddie's real father, too. What? You mean you and Prosecutor Sad Maddie? I'm so sorry. It seems you had quite a life. Guess she's put a few things together. Actually, Dirk, you look kind of familiar. Have we met before? Not that I recall. Great. She must have seen that news report on TV. It will really complicate things if she figures out he's a wanted man. There are lots of guys who look like him. Sure you're not mistaking him for someone else? And are there really? I mean, a middle-aged man with long hair and an eye patch. You don't see that every day. Well, I'm sure you're just imagining things. So what does that sacred relic you're searching for look like? I mean, there's lots of stuff in here that's old and relic-y. Indeed. Unfortunately, I've no idea what it actually looks like. So then how are we supposed to find it? That I do not know either. We'll just have to go through each candidate one by one. Great plan of attack there, Dirk. Well, Emma, do you mind if we give this room a once-over? I guess not, but in exchange, you're going to help me with my investigation. Sure, it can't hurt. I can't wait to get started. It'll be like hunting for buried treasure. Is this a bird? It looks like an airplane to me. No, there couldn't have been any planes back when this was made. Yes, but it has wings in both horizontal and vertical stabilizers. That makes it an airplane. No, it's definitely a bird. Open your eyes, son. As a lawyer, your job is to see the true nature of things. I still say it's a bird. The doctor fell from the top of that ladder. From that height, a fall onto a hard surface would probably kill anyone. I don't know why anyone would want to climb that high in the first place. Guess you could say he climbed it all the way to heaven. There are a few pairs of shoes here. I guess there must be an entrance on this floor too. Yeah, there's a back door over that way, but it's usually locked from what I can tell. The visitor's entrance is up that spiral staircase. That's the way we came in. So this is where Dr. Buck died. Poor man. He fell right on his head and probably died almost instantly. I see some blood on the book there, but what's that dark stain? It appears to be coffee. It's still damp, so it must have gotten on there recently, perhaps even last night. That's a mighty big window he's next to, big enough for someone to see inside. Exactly. That's how the local resident who reported his death found him to begin with. The doctor's body was visible from outside the window, and a passerby called in earlier this morning to report what they had found. So you mean this case is still only a few hours old? That explains why your investigation is just getting underway. It's a spiral staircase, and it's connected to a hallway up there. Why did they have to place the second floor so high up? Wait, you're not afraid of heights, are you? Oh, well. Oh, Polly's hilarious around high places. He gets all wobbly like a baby deer taking its first steps, and his face turns as green as a watermelon. It's not nice to make fun of people's phobias, you know? Come on, come to think of it, the visitor's entrance is on the second floor. What an odd layout for a house. Amy. Why is someone's name written on here? Maybe it's so if it ever gets lost, someone could return it to its owner. You know, like how school kids put their names on things. Yeah, but this is just an urn, and the name is written so big. Well, I wrote my name on my magic panties. It says WRIGHT in super big letters. The less said about this, the better. Look, it's one of the doctor's notebooks. Maybe there's something about the orb in there. When dragon and tiger battle, the founder offers divine protection. When the butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire. Only then shall the Holy Mother return. Descending upon us in all her glory, the founder bestows the greatest power known. Mitama motive from Kurain founding period. It's a photo of the treasure box, the one from Temple's treasure room. These must be his research notes on the founder's orb. What's that on the right page? It looks like a poem or something. Let's see. Oh, it's a song that's performed during the Dance of Devotion. It's been sung during Kuraini's rites of offering since ancient times. I think I've heard of that. There's also a legend associated with the song. Some say the solution to the orb's riddle is contained therein. It's in a song everyone in Kurain knows, not much of a way to keep it secret. It's called Hiding Secrets in Plain Sight, Polly. Us magicians know all about that. That's strange. What is? Dr. Buff's notes contain the second half of the song. Only the first half is sung during the Dance of Devotion. Most people haven't even heard the second half. The second half, as in the part that begins Offer Thy Prayers. I'm impressed. That's some thorough research he was conducting. That's one big suitcase. It's locked. Is it the doctor's? No, someone left it here last night. So the doctor might have had a visitor. But how can we tell? That sticker there, you only see those on airport luggage, which means its owner is likely from overseas. Is there any way to figure out who it belongs to? Not unless we can open it to see what's inside. Guess not. That's because you're not me, Emma Sky, forensics expert extraordinaire. Try as you might, you won't find the word impossible in my forensics handbook. Is she okay, son? It's like she became an entirely different person. Oh, that's just what happens when her forensics switch gets flipped. With this, identifying the suitcase's owner will be as easy as pie. Is that fingerprint powder? That's right, and there's no better time than the present to use it. Here we go. You remember how to do this, right? I apply the powder to where I think some prints might be and blow off any excess. Exactly. Well, have at it. Now where would I expect to find prints on the suitcase? Hey Emma, I've got pretty clear print here. Okay, now let me know who you think it could belong to. Who could it be? It would have to be someone who would pay Dr. Buff a visit. We have a match. That's, come to think of it, he did stop by to see the doctor, didn't he? To conclude the org transfer agreement. So he's the one who forgot his suitcase here. Where do you suppose he is now? Haven't heard from him in a while, and he's not answering his phone. Wait, you don't think he left his phone inside his suitcase, do you? I wouldn't put it past that knucklehead. Actually, I think we may have run into him earlier. Really? A suspicious man had been reported in the area, but when one of my officers approached to question him, he took off like a shot. What? Sorry about that. Pyrenees people are all like him. I swear. Well, he's probably still in the village somewhere. Maybe he knows something about the orb. It seems the orb isn't here. That means Dax might be our only lead at this point. Detective Sky said he might still be here in the village. We should try to find him. Good day to you, citizens of Kurain Village. My name is Paul Akishon, and I want your vote. Politician, okay. Wow, that's really loud. Look, something's coming this way. Politician, savior of Kurain, has come to you. It's you people. Apollo, what is that strange conveyance coming this way? Right, left, halt. It's one of those, what do you call those, palanquins? So, you finally left Dr. Buff's house. What were you doing there? What a bunch of shady-looking characters. And you aren't. So I take it you knew the doctor. What a foolish question. I've memorized the names and faces of the entire electorate here in Kurain. After all, I am the man who's destined to be king of this fine nation someday. Who are you? And what do you mean, king? Ignorant fools, I am the politician. I am soon to be an omnipotent politician, a man whose name will go down in history. You should be ashamed that you've never heard of me before. Is he really that famous of a politician, Apollo? Not that I know of. I'm running for a seat on the local council right now. I guess even Jerk Q Public has his heart somewhere. But my affection is a sure thing, I'm told. After all, my grandfather was a famous politician with untold influence. In short, I'm the chosen one, the golden boy, the powerhouse of politics, and rider of his grandfather's coattails. Are you blinded by my majesty?
Said. Oh geez, what fresh hell is his hair? XD.
It seems like it's some sort of combination of the Japanese top knot with some really weird bangs. I'm not sure. Welcome on in, Spin. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Go ahead, bask in the resplendent glory that is me, the chosen one. Sure. A pleasant day to you. Good people of Kurain, I am politician. It's time to reclaim the glory of Kurain together. A convenience store on every corner, a karaoke bar in every home. A vote for politician is a vote for a happier, hokier Kurain. Turn off that infernal racket, you fool. You're a stain on your grandfather's good
Spin Dash Diva
name.
said, Heya BTW Uni.
Heyo, heyo, heyo. Thank you, good sir. Your support is appreciated as always. I guess he's one of those people who only hears what they want to hear. In other words, he's a model politician. Now, where was I? Right, you were in the doctor's house. Just what in the world were you doing in there? Is this what you ride around in when you're campaigning? That's right. It's perfect for the narrow roads and steep hills here in this village. It has a top speed of 5 miles an hour, but it suffers from serious reliability issues. Namely, these imbeciles tire out too quickly. We'll try harder next time, sir. Poor guys. They're exhausted and covered in sweat. The Attition family has been in politics for generations, even back in the old country. Really? My grandfather, Abe Attition, was a prominent member of Congress, and he was born right here in Kurain. There is a person here who hasn't heard of him. All I asked about was his palanquin. You must have heard of the Attitians. I'm even reviving our old country campaigning style. Politics aren't really my thing. Trucy. I don't recall ever reading about them at school. Young people today, you people really need to pay more attention to politics. So what business did you people have at Dr. Buff's house? He was going to transfer ownership of the Founder's Orb to us. It's a sacred relic from the kingdom of Kurain. The Founder's Orb, so you tried to get your hands on it, did you? Wait, what do you know about the orb? I know that's mine, that's what. How do you figure that? Because I know it's not the Founder's Orb. Its real name is the Crystal of Ami Faye. The Crystal of Ami Faye. That's right. It's been passed down for generations in the Attition family. Wasn't Ami Faye the founder of Kurain Village? I feel like Ami Faye was the founder of Kurain Village. Because in the original Phoenix Wright, wasn't that the entire case? Like, one of the cases? Because her urn got broke? Until it was stolen, that is. But just when I had zeroed in on the culprit, the doctor hid it away and they kicked the bucket. So you're saying Dr. Buff stole your family heirloom? That's not what Dirk said. Strange. But I've been told the doctor himself said that he had the Founder's Orb. It's all that weird foreigner's doing. He filled the doctor's head with nonsense. Nonsense like the Crystal of Ami Faye being the Founder's Orb. Weird foreigner. Could he mean? Is this the foreigner you're talking about?
Take that!
Yes, that's him. I thought so. Now we really have to find Dax. Do you know where this man is now? I imagine he's at the detention center by now. I called the authorities after I found him hiding in my dog's doghouse. What? That buffoon. Well, at least we know where he is now. Let's head over to the detention center and see what he knows about the Founder's Orb. So you really are after my crystal? No, we're looking for the Founder's Orb, and we have an agreement to prove it. Well, just so you know, you're not going to lay a finger on it. It's mine, and I intend to give it to my benefactor. Your benefactor. My benefactor is ready to support my rise to the pinnacle of the political world. They have immense influence here, you see, and I intend to harness
Spin
that
Dash Diva.
influence.
Said. Nobody lays a finger on my butterfinger.
But you can at least share it, right? You can share, right? Nummy nummy butterfingers, those things are so tasty. So you're just going to give your family heirloom away to this person. That's right, it's a purely political decision. And in exchange, your patron will get the people of Rain to vote for you. Eminent politicians are skilled at leveraging all of their connections. Isn't it illegal to buy votes? Well, good luck with that, I guess. You just wait.
Spin Dash Diva. Said.
Oh,
Now you can have
okay.
it. I'm not a fan of butterfingers.
I haven't had one in a while, to be honest, but I liked them when I had it last. Politician will reign supreme someday. Well, we all have candies we like and candies we don't like. My absolutely favorite candy bar, though, are the dark chocolate Milky Way. Yipes! What's he doing under the desk? Foul cogs of the corrupt regime, I've nothing to say to you. It's me, Dirk. Oh, Dirk, you're a sight for sore eyes. I knew you would come to save me. Well, this is another fine mess you got yourself into.
Spin Dash
My
Diva.
bad, my bad.
Said. I love Milky Way, Paydays, and Baby Ruths.
I'm not as big on paydays and baby blues. I don't like things that are too heavy with nuts. But yeah, that's fine. We all know you like your nuts. My bad, my bad. At least the grub here is pretty good compared to that prison back home. You get 3 square meals plus a place to sleep. Why don't you join me, Bert? No thanks. They would just send me back to Kurain, where I would face immediate execution. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be such a good idea.
Spin Dash Diva. Said. I love nuts XD oh ho 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 ho.
Looks like he's still the same too. Long time no see, Dats. Hey, you look kinda familiar. Apollo, is it really you, my boy? A to the J, all grown up and whatnot, how have you been? Fine, and you, Dats? You look good, besides the incarceration and all. Those horns, AJ? Horns? They've grown up with you, just like a stag's antlers. I can't take it. You really haven't changed a bit. Anyway, there's something we needed to talk to you about. Sure, pull up a chair. I've got all the time in the world. The Slammer's like my second home. It's really not so bad once you get used to it. He's rather laid back for someone in police custody. That was what the doctor had really the founders were. Absolutely positively, the doc was sure of it. Really, because someone from the village is calling it the crystal of Amy Bay. He also claimed to have filled the doctor's head with lies. That ain't true. The doc said he was sure it was the real deal. All his fancy research confirmed it was the founder's orb. So then that politician character was lying. Imagine that, a politician who lies. I bet he wants the orb all to himself. I wonder who's telling the truth. Well, take a look at this. It proves the dog believed he had the Founder's orb. Let me see that. I agreed to hand over the Founder's orb to the Defiant Dragons. If I will come to no harm. Signed Dr. Archie Buff. See, I got it all down in writing. But that's... Why does it say if I will come to no harm at the end here? Sounds like he was scared of you. Dax, did you threaten the doctor in any way? No, you got it all wrong. It was the doc's friend. He told the old man us rebels were dangerous. It's his fault the doc thought I might hurt him. Sounds like the work of that politician. He's really made a mess of things. Or transfer agreement added to the court record. What have you done now, Dax? Nothing. I'm innocent, I tell ya. It all started with this dog-faced cop tried to question me. It looked so funny I started laughing at him. That's when they came after me. But it was hilarious, I tell you. I mean, a human police dog. How funny is that? Right, so what happened after that? They caught me hiding in a doghouse. Dang Pooch rattled me out. I guess that's what I did for laughing at one of his doggy comrades. It sounds like the dogs got the last laugh. Dax, weren't you cleared of those jailbreak charges? And your capture by Lady Kira deemed unlawful. Yeah, but the cops here don't seem to like me anyway. What are the charges this time? Unauthorized entry or something like that. They think I'm an illegal alien, and I can't prove otherwise because I lost my passport. Is there any way they would let you go? Not without my passport. If only I had it. AJ, you gotta find my passport. Alright, we'll find it. One more thing to add to our to-do list. Now, where might Dax's passport be? About the orb's whereabouts. Maybe the dog's kid knows something. The doctor has a kid? Yeah, a bit of a shut-in though. The poor thing's own bedroom has become like a self-imposed prison. A shut-in. Sounds like it'll be a challenge just to get a conversation going. Time for your questioning. Follow me. It must be lunchtime. Today is fried chicken if I'm not mistaken. You'll get your lunch if you behave yourself. Kurt, AJ, I'll see you guys around. Our only lead now is Dr. Buff's kid, but learning is shut in out is not going to be easy, I know. Oh, it's you again. Looking for Mr. Wright. He was just here a second ago. He was. What was Daddy doing here? Good question. He said he was looking for something. Did he say anything else? Let me think. Something about how his ride never showed up at the airport. Yes, that was it. I guess Athena really did get lost. But what's Daddy doing all the way out here in the first place? He can't be looking for us since no one told him we would be here. Well, if you're here to take another look around, be my guest. I have other work to do, so if you'll excuse me. Of course. Thanks, Emma. First and foremost, we had better find Dad's passport. We should also have a word with Dr. Buff's child. Hey, is it just me, or is there something new in here? Oh, you mean that thing? Yeah, we should take a closer look at it too. Let's not forget about Dad's passport. It should be around here somewhere. What's this? A model helicopter. Don't you know anything, Apollo? It's a drone. They're all the rage right now. I bet it belongs to the doctor's kid. We need to ask them about the orb's whereabouts. Yeah, but luring out a shut-in isn't going to be easy. Dad's suitcase. Maybe his passport's in there. It's no good. It's locked tight. We should have asked him for the key. What are we going to do about Dad's passport? It's probably right there inside his suitcase, but we can't get it open. Why don't I take it over to Dad so he can unlock it? That way you guys can continue looking for the orb. Good thinking, Susie. Okay, here I go. What the? This thing weighs a ton. Let me try. How can a suitcase be so heavy? Is it filled with bricks or something? Knowing Dad, he probably packed his dumbbells in there. It's certainly much too heavy to lug all the way to the detention center. Here, let me take a crack at that lock. What, are you going to pick it? There you go. That was fast. A lock like that is child's play to me, especially after all the wrongfully imprisoned compatriots I've busted out over the years. You've sure seen a lot of action for an ex-lawyer. And here we go. That's his passport. I'll take it over to him. Thanks, Trucy. No problem. Now you guys enjoy some quality father-son treasure hunting time, okay? See you later. There she goes. I wish she wouldn't make such a big deal out of our little family situation. Father-son time. Been ages since we've had a father-son talk. Huh, son? Yeah, well over a decade. Apollo, how have you been? Fine. I'm fine, I guess. Is that so? Fine, you say? Well, fine is fine by me. Good to hear. Okay. So what do we talk about now? Get down. Hit the dirt, son. What the? Speak to me, son. Say something. That's smarts. You, maggots, what do you think you're doing invading Buff airspace? It'll be a scorching day in Siberia before you get past me, you yellow-bellied yahoos. It can talk. What kind of drone is this anyway? Drone? Nothing. That's Sergeant Buff to you, soldier. You got that, you lowly grunts? What the who now? Buff. Sounds like the doctor's son is behind the controls. He's controlling this thing? Apollo, let's play along for now. At least until we can get the information we need out of him. You got it. Sergeant Buff. Sergeant Buff, sir. You forgot to say sir. Ain't you never seen a war movie before? Oh, right. Let me try that again. Sergeant Buff, sir. Better. Much better. Now, state your name, unit, and rank, soldier. I'm Apollo Justice. I serve at the Right Anything Agency, and my rank is fledgling lawyer, sir? Affirmative, Privet Justice. The Privet? Listen up, diaper baby. Your commanding officer's orders are absolute. Disobedience means a one-way trip to the firing squad. Do I make myself clear? Sir. Yes, sir. Good. Good. We might make a man out of you yet, Private. Now for you, Cyclops. You want my name, unit, and rank too?
Stay moist, my friends.
I'm Dirk Sadmatty. I command the rebel group of Defiant Dragons, and my rank is leader, sir. Excellent. Welcome aboard, Commander Dirk. Wait a second, what's that ridiculous moth you call a head? Soldiers should be clean cut. So sorry, but this is my signature look. I'm not. Fine, fine, I'll get a haircut before we ship out. Listen up, you. It's kill or be killed out on that battlefield. No place for leave-in conditioners. All you got is your life, and you're lucky to have that. He's oddly obsessed with field survival for someone who never goes outdoors. This is going to be harder than I thought, son. Are you controlling that drone from your room, sir? Affirmative. But I can see everything you do from here, so... Tin Hut, soldier! Wipe that stupid look off your face. I'm going to whip you sheltered peaceniks into shape. With what? Your charming personality? Look, it's got a camera and speakers too. And that's not all, Commander. With these arms, I can cook and clean too. Speaking of which, Privet Justice, you're on latrine duty. Snap on it on the double. As if I don't see enough of the toilet back at the office. That thing's pretty handy. Us Defiant Dragons could use one of those. Yes, it is a fine piece of hardware, isn't it? I modified it especially for siege defense. Siege defense? You mean how you won't leave your room? Pulling up in a stronghold to defend against an enemy is an age-old military tactic. A timeless strategy still applicable in modern warfare. I hope you're not trying to mock the wisdom of my forefathers. I meant no offense. It was just an observation. So the greenhorn who ain't even discharged the firearms got something to say, does he? So sorry. It won't happen again, sir. Darn tootin'. Now state your intentions, soldier. We had an agreement with your father. He had promised to hand over the Founder's Orb to us. What? Papa promised you that? He did, but he died before he could tell us where it's hidden. Now we have no idea where it is. Oh. But Papa, why? Why did you have to die? It was an unfortunate accident, and I'm sorry for your loss. If it helps at all, I know how you feel, Sergeant. What do I do now? You insignificant maggot. What would an unseasoned rookie like you know about how I feel? First I lost Mama, and now I've lost Papa. You lost your mother too? She's been gone for some time now. I'm all alone now. All alone. Sergeant Buff, would you tell us a little more about what happened to your mother? Mama passed away about 6 months ago. We were still living in our apartment in the city. Back then, I had yet to engage my siege defense strategy. In other words, something caused him to withdraw from the world. It was arson. It happened so suddenly, and before we knew it, our apartment was a sea of flames. Mama and I were trapped inside. But help never came, so Mama cradled me in her arms. Oh, fuck. Shit just got heavy. Kicked out a window and jumped. She did what? She was like a walking, talking medal of valor. My mom was. She delivered me safely to terra firma with a perfectly executed PLF. It's a 5-point landing technique used by paratroopers to land safely on the ground. She sounds like a superhero or something. But from that height, she suffered massive injuries in order to protect me. She died so that I could live. Fuck, bruh. I don't know what to say. And the person who started the fire, he was immediately apprehended. They say he was standing outside laughing while the building burned? The fuck? At least justice was served. I hope that brought you some solace. I've lost both my parents now. You can't possibly know how I feel. Mama, Papa. Poor kid. It's hard losing both your parents at such a young age. How old is he again? Does he have a profile here? See, age is unknown, so we don't even know how old this boy is. He must really feel alone now. Apollo, I imagine you know what he's going through. I do. The road to recovery begins by talking to someone who suffered the same hardship. I know you have something that shows you understand. Sergeant, sir, would you please take a look at this? What do we have here? It's a photo of my father. I wasn't even a year old when he died in a fire. What? And like your mother, he died in an arsonist blaze. But in his final moments, he managed to save his infant son. But Privet Justice, you've suffered a loss just like mine. I have, and that's why I know how you feel. But you still have your mother, don't you? No, I lost her too. What? She disappeared after the fire. I don't know if she's still alive or... Oh, she's alive. She even had another child by a different man, and you are working with her. When will we ever figure that out? I feel like we're getting really close to... I mean, we've got to be figuring it out soon, right? Heck, I don't even know what she looks like. Wow. Sergeant Buck, his experience is very much like your own. If anyone can understand the sadness in your heart, it's him. Attention. I salute you, Comrade Justice. You are no longer a privet in the Buck Army. Henceforth, you will be a corporal. Corporal? Congratulations on your promotion, Corporal Justice. I'm just glad that seemed to cheer him up a bit. Now, comrade, let's toast to your new stripes. And call me Sarge. Don't be shy. We're a band of brothers now. Now's our chance, Corporal. Ask him about the Founder's Orb. Dirk's getting way too much of a kick out of this. Sarge, sir, do you have any idea where the orb might be? It was here in Papa's study until last night, but he said he was going to go hide it somewhere. He mentioned something about a shady character being after it. Where do you think he could have hidden it? Somewhere in the village, I would guess. He said he had found a suitable hiding place for it. So it was here last night. That is, until he went out to hide it somewhere in the village. The only question is, where? Maybe he left some clue here hidden in his study. Let's search the place again. We should also find out more about Dr. Buck. It might steer us toward the hiding place. So, Sarge, what was your father like? Papa was as kind as Mama was courageous. His whole reason for moving to the countryside was for me. What do you mean? I initiated my siege defense strategy after Mama died. Papa was so worried about me, he moved us here to the countryside. He thought the fresh air, blue skies, and natural surroundings might alter my tactics. What a fine father. He even quit his position at the university to move here. He did. He gave up his beloved research position just for me. A parent must be prepared to sacrifice everything for his child. That's what Papa said. Well, I'm feeling about 2 inches tall right about now. There's no one in the world I respected more than him, but that just makes his passing all the more devastating. Papa, may you continue your beloved research up there with the angels. It's a shoe cubby. These shoes look like they belong to Sarge from his dad. These boots here are a little damp. It looks like there's something inside this one. Maybe Dr. Buck wore them last night. They might lead us to where he hid the orb. Let's take a closer look. We might get a better look inside if we undid these straps. Nothing particularly. Oh, come on. Right there. There. It looks like some kind of glowing moss. It could have come from wherever the doctor went last night. He must have gotten in some of that mud. It might be worth looking into, if it'll help us pinpoint where the doctor hid the orb. Are these the doctor's? Yes, those are Papa's reading glasses. He said he had been having trouble reading lately, but those glasses seem to help. Reading glasses. I'll just hold on to these. Dirk, don't tell me you're having trouble reading too. Perish the thought. I just don't want to leave any stone unturned. It's a raincoat. It's a bit wet and there's fresh mud on it. That must mean someone wore it recently. Indeed, maybe even as recently as last night. Sarge, did it rain here last night? Negative. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. Then how did this raincoat get all muddy and wet? When I saw it last evening, it looked pretty clean and dry to me. That means it got like this later at night. Good eye, son. This may very well turn out to be a vital clue. This computer could provide some useful information. Drat, it's password protected. Dirk, you're good at getting into places you're not supposed to. Don't look at me. I don't know the first thing about computers. Leave it to me. A modern-day warrior must be well-versed in technology and have mean pride. After all, he who controls information controls the battlefield. And I'm in. Looks like modern-day warriors have mean keyboard skills too. Okay, let's see what we can find. What's this? An email message. I deciphered the patterns but have yet to crack the riddle. The opaque crystal orb is the key. Dr. Buff, how is your research coming along? Now this is interesting. It's a research report to whoever asked the doctor to study the orb. Here, I put the data on this. Take it and use it well, soldier. Okay, let's go over what we've learned so far. Wherever it was that Dr. Buff went, he needed a raincoat. And it was somewhere where this glowing moss grows. Any ideas where that might be, Sarge?
Said, do you have kitty cats, Uni?
I do not. I do love a soft, fluffy kitty cat, but for a pet down payment in the apartment is $500. That's like a month's rent. So yeah, no, I don't have kitty cats, but I do like them. They are very nice. Any ideas where that might be, Sarge? Negative, comrade. I hate to say my intel's a little thin on this one. I've been occupied by siege defense strategy ever since we moved to the village.
Said, damn chief.
Yeah, that's just the way it goes sometimes though, right? Kind of nice that they even allow pets, because a lot of apartments don't even allow pets, period, even with a deposit, but that's just what it is. Well, son, it seems we have no other choice. We'll have to ask the locals if they know of a place like that. And I have seen your your post on your Discord of your kitty cats. They look very nice and fluffy and cute. Gotta give them all the head pats and scritches. Okay, let's see if we can find this orb. On the quest to find the orb, at least now we know what it looks like, because that one email had a picture of it. That's more than we knew before.
Spin-Diva said, "They're crazy." Well, mostly Libby is crazy.
But crazy is a good thing, isn't it? Normal is just so overrated. It feels like somebody's watching me and it's really creeping me out. It's just Paul Etitian's campaign posters. When did he put these up? Whatever. I've got more important things to be paying attention to. What great weather. It really lifts the spirits. I know. After our little treasure hunt, what do you say we go hunting, son? Hunting? We used to do that a lot, didn't we? Just look at that mountain.
Spin-Diva said, "Is that why you follow me on Twitch? Forda crazy?"
Oh, maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's just 'cause you're a cutie, huh? Maybe. I bet there's some feisty wild boars up there. I think I'll pass, but thanks. So hunting's a no-go. Well, I guess that wild boar stew will have to wait then.
Spin-Diva said, "Get yo eyes checked."
Yeah, they did get a little blinded by your beauty. I will have to get them checked. A little blinded there. Apollo, something seems different from the last time we were here. You mean the posters? No, not those. What's he talking about? Guess I should take a look around myself.
Spin-Diva said, "Bruh, goddammit, DED."
What do we have here? It looks like an unfinished picture, like something a little kid might paint. You're right, but I can't quite tell what it's of. I think it's supposed to be nighttime, but what's that thing on the left? A monster or some kind of alien, perhaps. In any case, it's a pretty poor excuse for a drawing. Well, what did you expect from a little kid?
Said, Riz times infinity.
A little kid. Oh, Pearls! Hey there, girl! Oh, it's you, Pearl. Why, Mr. Apollo, is that you? What a pleasant surprise. It's been quite some time. How have you been? Fine, thanks. You're looking good too, Pearl. Are you going to introduce me, son? Of course. This is Pearl Fang. She's a spirit medium here in Kurain Village. Pearl, this is Dirk, my, client. Hello, sir. Pleased to meet you. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know.
Said, them clapbacks are so on point and quick-witted.
I'll clap something a lot lower than your back if you give me a chance. Oh, whoa. Nice to meet you too. What a polite little girl you are. Actually, I'm a high scorer. Oops, sorry about that. So you're a spirit medium. Does that mean you can channel spirits then? Yes, I'm still in training though. But I'm well versed in the art of spirit channeling. Well now, isn't that something? I mean, back in my country, our little princess hasn't channeled a single spirit yet. Pretty impressive, young lady. Oh, but compared to Mystic Maya, there is so much more I must learn. Mystic Maya. Oh, right, Maya Fey, Mr. Wright's former courtroom assistant. He told me all about her. She's a spirit medium too, if memory serves. Yes, she's an amazing medium. and soon she'll be the next head of the Fade Clan too.
Said, bro got caught. She's like, hold on a damn minute, I'm in high school.
She does like, look kind of young, though. She really does look kind of young. Mediums and spirit channeling, I've heard all about it from Mr. Wright. He said that mediums will even physically become the person they're channeling, even to the point, apparently, that they lose their boobs. Still surprised at that last time, but, okay. Possession. A little bit creepier than this game lets on. I wonder if even little Pearl would turn into a hulking giant if she had to channel one. I hope you don't mind me asking, but what brings you all the way out here, Mr. Apollo? Oh, just a small matter to take care of. Wait, would it happen to be the matter Mr. Edgeworth is looking into? Prosecutor Edgeworth? What's he doing here? Oh, so it's a different matter then, because I just saw him a moment ago. He appeared to be searching for something. Mr. Edgeworth is a friend of Mr. Wright's and the district's chief prosecutor. Why would he be here in Kurain? Well, no point obsessing over it. I recently found out, by the way, I didn't even know. Apparently, Edgeworth has his own games as well. I didn't even realize that. Come to think of it, you live here in Kurain Village, don't you, Pearl? Yes, I was born and raised here. This is perfect, Apollo. Let's ask the young baby if she knows where the doctor might have gone last night. I was thinking the exact same thing. Maybe I should show her what we found in the doctor's study. Pearl, do you have any idea where this moss might grow? That looks like Mitama moss. It grows on Mount Mitama and gives off a soft glow in the dark. Mount Mitama. See that mountain over there? That's Mount Mitama. And how would one get there? You could take a bus from that bus stop over there. May I ask why you're so interested in that moss? Well, Dr. Buff was supposed to give us something, but it seems he hid it somewhere last night. He did. Maybe that's why he... Pearl, do you know something that might help us? Well, sounds like I'd better find out what she knows. What a peaceful place. Nothing beats mountain air. Many of the villagers have left for the city, but I just love it here. Blue skies, lush forest, star-filled skies at night, and fireflies in the summer. Plus, the big, beautiful blue ocean is just beyond that mountain. The ocean? What do you say we go for a swim, son? Oh, I think I'll pass. Besides, I can't swim. Pearl, Kurain Village is like the home of spirit mediums, right? Yes, and I'm part of a long line of mediums. I've never seen a channeling before, but is it possible to channel the spirit of anyone who's passed away? No, not just anyone. You must know their face and true name. Really, you can channel a spirit just by knowing their face and name. That's an amazing ability. It is, but it can only be learned by those with the gift occurring in certain bloodlines, and years of intense training. At present, Mystic Maya and I are the only ones in our village who can channel spirits. Looks like spirit mediums are highly valued here, much like they are back in Kurain. I heard there used to be many more of us a long time ago, but now we are in very short supply. Most of the women nowadays don't want to stay. They want the thrill of the big city. Yeah, well, you guys aren't exactly close to any shopping malls or nightclubs out here. But what about you? Are you not interested in things like that? Who, me? Well, I wouldn't mind a new outfit or two, and, well, never mind. It's okay, Pearl. You are at that age after all. Pearl, do you have any idea where Dr. Buck might have gone last night? Well, about that. All I know is Dr. Buck was somewhere on Mount Mikama. Oh, she's hiding something. My bracelet, it's reacting, which means Pearl is hiding something from me. Oh, we met this weirdo earlier named Politician. Do you know anything about him? Yes, he's been campaigning a lot around here lately, and the noise he's been making has become quite a problem. People are especially upset that he's campaigning at all hours of the night and day. Well, the local police should arrest him for disturbing peace. Unfortunately, there's little they can do.
Spin-Diva said, Dr. Buff, does he walk around in the buff?
Well, I mean, if he does, that's on him, right? That's, no judgments. His first name is Archie Buff, so I'm not sure what that. Most of the names are play on words, if that makes sense. It seems like only his first name is a play on word, Archie Archaeologist, but unless it means like a buff, like a fan of. Actually, that makes a lot more sense. He's a fan of archaeology. Yeah, okay. I just saw no problem.
Said, he's sexy, I'd check him out.
Yeah, he is kind of nice looking for an older man, isn't he? He is 64, so he's definitely getting up there, but he's not too bad. Unfortunately, there's little they can do because the Attition family is so powerful. Well, isn't he the proverbial pampered provincial prince? He seems pretty intent on winning here in Kurain. Is there some special reason why? I'm not sure, but I have an idea. The spirit mediums of Kurain once held considerable sway in the political world. Judging by his slogan, maybe that's what he's after. Great, so he's just another politician seeking powerful connections. And I would certainly not be surprised if Archie's son walks around in the buff because he's a shut-in, so he never leaves his room. He's probably walking around in the buff. The ability to commune with the dead gives comfort to those anxious about the future. Tiny Kurain has preserved its independence by the Queen's power of spirit channeling. It must play a similar role in this village. Yes, even today many here revere those with spirit medium blood flowing in their veins. So basically, as politician's benefactor goes, so goes the whole village. Who is this benefactor? Who could hold this much sway over Kurain village? It's probably someone associated with the Kurain royal family. That's probably what's going on here. Okay, Pearl, I know you're lying to me. So let's...
Gotcha!
Pearl, you seem uneasy about something. Anyone would feel uneasy being stared at like that. But I would be unnerved too. I mean, your eyes are practically popping out of your head. I get it. I'll tone it down a little. Guess I was wrong. What do you mean you were wrong? She just moved. Gosh darn it. She was moving her thumb and everything. I mean, I'm not going crazy, right? You guys saw that, right? See, right there.
Gotcha!
Pearl, you seem anxious around the topic of Mount Mitama. I could tell because you were rubbing your thumb over a splotch of dried paint as you said it. Well, that nighttime painting is yours, isn't it? This is so embarrassing. As you saw, I'm not a very good artist. But that picture has nothing to do with Dr. Buff. I'm not so sure about that. In fact, I'm going to guess that while you were out here painting last night, you actually saw the good doctor heading out to Mount Mitama from the bus stop. No, I didn't see anything like that. I swear. No, I'm positive you saw the doctor. After all, he's right here in your picture.
Take that!
Do you think that's the doctor? I may not be a very good artist, but at least I know how to draw a person. Okay, if this isn't a person, then what is it? That's a rain spirit. What's a rain spirit doing at a bus stop? Rain spirits have places to go to. This is getting ridiculous. Sorry, Pearl, but you're not a very good liar. That is Dr. Buff, and this piece of evidence proves it.
Take that!
This is the raincoat we found in the doctor's study. It's still wet and muddy, so we know that someone wore it last night. Now, see how this pattern is the same as the rain spirit in your picture. You didn't see a rain spirit last night. You saw Dr. Buff wearing this raincoat. I'm sorry. I know I'm not supposed to lie, but... I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, Mr. Apollo, but I did see the doctor last night. It's all right. Just please tell me everything you know. Of course. I was painting out here last night when the doctor came up to the bus stop. He was wearing a raincoat, even though it wasn't raining, and a helmet with a light on it. Sounds like he was well prepared for something. I know. That's why I asked him if he was going off exploring again. He looked startled, like he hadn't noticed me there. And then he suddenly said, "Please don't tell anyone you saw me here." Why would he want to silence you like that? Something must have happened to spook him, and he didn't want anyone to know where he was going to hide the orb. But where could he have been going dressed like that? My best guess is a cave somewhere on Mount Mitama. I heard there's a cave there where mediums of the Kume tradition went to train long ago. Do you mean the one that Maya got trapped in and was accused of murder in? Legend has it there are some sort of mystical ruins in there. Mystical ruins. Sounds like the exact sort of place an archaeologist might go. Well, we should get going now, but thanks for all your help, Pearl. You're welcome, Mr. Apollo. Please take care. What do you say we go find that cave, son? I sense that the orb might finally be within our grasp. This treasure hunt is shaping up to be the real deal. Really gets the blood pumping, doesn't it? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. I'm all out of breath. Come on, that was nothing. You're so much younger than me. Don't normally get this much exercise. Need a break? No, I'm fine. Look, there's Mitama moss growing in that cave over there. This must be where the doctor was last night. Let's take a look inside. I can't see a thing. Relax. Your eyes will adjust eventually. Now follow me. I really think we need a flashlight, Dirk. Should have brought one along then, son. Here, use mine. Thanks. Wait, were you holding out on me? Who are you talking to, Apollo? You? Someone just pushed me. Apollo? What the? Apollo? The hell? Are you alright, son? Yeah. Looks like someone got the drop on us. Quite literally. But who? I mean, we could have died from that ball. I don't know. But I don't think we'll be getting out the way we came in. Looks like we're in a pretty deep cave. Nothing to do but to press on, son. How can we even see in here? Come on, let's go. Hey, wait! One false step and we're dead. What in the world should we do? I guess we keep going. There must have been some path for Dr. Buck to follow when he came to hide the orb. Right. By the way, it looks like our attacker left us with this useful parting gift. From lawyer to spelunker, how do I always get myself into these situations? We're never going to make it out alive, I hope you know. Don't tell me you're scared, son. We're just getting started. The greatest treasures are only ever found at the point of a blade or the edge of a cliff. Yeah, sure. If I had known I would wind up at the bottom of some dark, damp cave, I would have never taken your request, Dirk. Save your breath, Apollo. Just keep putting one foot ahead of the other. There had really better be a way out of here. We'll find one before you know it. You'll see. Assuming we don't run into like some sort of cannibals or something. We've been walking for over an hour. It's like a maze in here. I couldn't get back to where we started if I wanted to. Yeah, this cave goes deeper than I thought. Wait, don't tell me there really is no way out. Where there's a will, there's a way. Ever the optimist, aren't you? Maybe we should cut our losses while we still can. Even if we were to turn back, we wouldn't make it up that wall of solid rock. So I guess we keep going. How did I get stuck wandering around in a dark cave again? It's definitely not in my job description. Listen, son. Only the truly accomplished have the luxury of being so choosy. When I was just starting out, I did everything from street performing to yak milking. And that helped you become an accomplished attorney. How? It didn't. When you need to earn a living, you'll take on any job to survive. How is your career going, by the way? It's been a harrowing adventure so far, to say the least. My first trial really put me through the ringer. And my next case had me investigating a pair of stolen panties. And just when I was hitting my stride, this one prosecutor branded me as her forehead. There's this other ridiculous prosecutor who wields a samurai sword. Sounds like you've seen quite a bit. You're telling me? Listen, Apollo. I'm sorry I didn't contact you for so long. It's fine, Dirk. What happened, happened. Careful, the ground doesn't feel as solid here. What? The cave floor's collapsing. Not again. We're blasting off again. Okay, and it sounds like we fell into a lake or something. Apollo, can you hear me? Dirk? Where are we? What is this place? Oh no, this is kind of pretty. Look at that. I was shocked too. These ruins look really old. It's not exactly something you would expect to find in the middle of a cave system, that's for sure. Maybe the doctor hid the orb around here. I mean, those look like footprints over there. Son, I think our little adventure is about to pay dividends. Time to find that orb. And then we have to find the other dragon orbs in order to make a wish. And then we'll have our papa back. I mean, what? These have got to be the doctor's footprints. They match the bodies of the boots we saw in his study. So he made it all the way down here. The waters washed most of them away, but his footprints are everywhere. Really, because these are the only set I see. He must have been looking for something. Those prints, they're coming out of that lake. You're right. That would mean Dr. Buck came walking out of the water. What's a plastic bottle doing here? There's seaweed stuck to it, which means it probably came from the ocean. It's possible this cavern is connected to the sea somehow. This lake looks really deep. I can't even see the bottom. A bottomless lake in the depths of a mountain cave system. My blood runs cold at the thought of falling in there. The water, it's salty. This lake may very well lead to the ocean. Didn't Pearl mention something about the ocean? Like how it's on the other side of the mountain. Can't imagine she meant it literally. So that's the hole we fell through. Doesn't look like we'll be going back that way. We're lucky we survived the fall from way up there. Indeed, if that hole hadn't been above the lake, we would be history. You passed out the moment you hit the water. Yeah, well, water's not really my thing. This cavern is solid rock all around. Looks like we either go back through that hole, or find some other way out. Why am I always between a rock and a hard place? This box looks pretty new. I'm guessing the doctor's the one who brought it down here. It's no good. It's locked tight. There's no way to open it. Doesn't look like it. There isn't even a keyhole, which means there must be some trick to opening it. We'll have to figure it out if we want to see what's inside. Let's sum up what we know so far. The orb is almost definitely inside this box contraption that we can't open. As for this cave, there doesn't seem to be any way out. We're this close to the orb. Come now, son, don't be like that. It's just a bit of bad luck, that's all. A bit? Murphy called. He wants his law back. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? How can he laugh at a time like this? We're stuck here for now, so we might as well try to open this thing. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with. This thing is covered with pictures. Each section also rotates. Take a look at this, son. See the picture of a dragon battling a tiger. This green and purple one is of a Kurenese butterfly and a Mikama. I wonder if there are clues for figuring out how to open this box. There's a big button here. Nothing happened. It appears this box uses a picture-based combination lock. We'll have to arrange the pictures on each side in the correct sequence. Let's see. There's the dragon and tiger fight, a Kurenese butterfly with a Mitema, a number of other pictures too. Dirk, I was thinking, maybe we should check the evidence we've collected so far. I think we have something that just might help us open it. You read my mind, son. I think this will help us open the puzzle box.
Take that!
Dr. Voss' research notes mention the Song of Ceremony. Maybe its lyrics and the pictures on the box correspond somehow. I think you're onto something, son. Let's just give it a shot. Each dial has 6 pictures, and there are 4 dials in all. The box should open once the pictures are arranged in the right order. Funky puzzle box. Here comes justice. Dragon Tiger battle found your office to find protection. Butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. Yeah, that makes sense. Prayers to mommy, right? Prayers, Holy Mother, sending upon us all her glory, founder bestows the greatest power. Yeah, that looks right, right? It won't open. Maybe the pictures aren't in the right order. The case should open if the pictures are arranged properly, but... Oh, is that not right? That looks right to me. Oh, wait, that's dragon. That's the wrong dragon. Dragon fighting tiger, that's what we needed, not dragon worshipping, right? There we go. Got the first one a little long. And there's the Founder's Orb. It opened. So this is the Founder's Orb. We did it, son. The orb is finally ours. The orb is ours. Yay! At last, the Founder's Orb is ours. And it's all thanks to you, son. Well done. Then again, I would expect nothing less from my boy. It's no big deal. Don't sell yourself short. You may think it's nothing, but your insight and reasoning led us here. I would say that's truly impressive. I don't know about that. All those battles you fought in the courtroom have shaped you into the man you are today. I couldn't be prouder. Oh, will you cut it out already, before I turn into a sun-ripened tomato? With this orb, I can finally deliver a fatal blow to the Garand regime. So, how exactly do you plan on using it? You're not going to try to become a spirit medium, are you? Don't be ridiculous. I don't need supernatural powers like that. So then, are you going to use it as a bargaining chip with Queen Garand? Like demanding she abolishes the Defense Culpability Act? Well, the thought had crossed my mind, but the main thing is returning this to the Kingdom of Kurain. After all, as a sacred relic of Kurainism, that is where it belongs. Really, that's all you wanted to do? Because my true objective has always been to find out who asked Dr. Buck to study it, and why. I'm not sure I follow. The official story is that the orb was stolen from the Temple treasure room. I heard about that on the news. They also said your group was behind the theft. That's not good. We're probably on an international most wanted list now. Let me ask you something, Apollo. Who do you really think stole the orb? I really haven't a clue. Well, I think it was one of the royals. Really? Someone from the royal family. I've got a pretty good idea which one it was. He knows who it is. Care to share your hunch? All I'll say at this point is... security is pretty tight, but the royals have unfettered access to the treasure room. Plus, they seem to be turning a blind eye to the orb's loss. Why would a member of the royal family do that? That I haven't figured out yet. Whatever the reason, it can't be good. I mean, a Kuranese royal stealing a national treasure of such religious significance. Then pinning the crime on us, the Defiant Dragons. Sounds like a conspiracy or something. I agree. If the truth were to come to light, it would be a scandal of epic proportions. To allow a foreign national to study a treasure so sacred that it's off limits to the public, it would be seen as an utter sacrilege to those who truly revered the Holy Mother. So if this were to go public, support for the Garand regime would weaken. That's not all. This is just a hunch, but I believe there's something even bigger here. Something that would explain why the orb was being studied in the first place. Something that would shake the kingdom of Kurain to its very core. I'm going to find out what. He's probably right. His intuition is usually spot on. Dirk, why are you so bent on revolution anyway? Is it to reform the legal system in Kurain? There's that, but I'm also doing this for my children. I want to save Nagita. What do you mean? This is for your ears only. It's the other reason why this revolution needs to succeed. Nayuta, I never thought that our reunion would take place in a courtroom. Oh, so you've run into each other already.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
It was like he was a different person. He used to be such a kind and cheerful kid, always smiling and stuff. But now, he tried to convict Trucy for a crime she didn't even commit. Plus, he kept telling me I had a patriot mind and to let it go and move on. Has it really gotten that bad? It must be Garan's influence. He wasn't like that when he first stepped into the courtroom. Back then, he still had a keen sense of justice. I vowed to bring the Garan regime down and reform the legal system. That's what he swore to do, but that was also 5 years ago. He had been the shining star of the Defiant Dragons and our greatest hope. Wait, Nayuta was a dragon. He was, but these days he's more like Garan's lapdog. Talk about a complete about-face. Why would he do that? Something must have happened to him. Something that sparked a radical change. Still, I don't think he truly believes in the new path he's taken. It's not conviction that fills his heart, it's resignation and despair. I see. The only thing I know for sure is Nayuta is suffering, and he is suffering in silence. Nayuta is suffering. Yes, he knows the rightful state of Kurain's legal system. But something forces him to bend to Gavran's will, and it's tearing him apart. But it's been 5 years. Do you really think he even still wants to reform the legal system? As long as he carries what I've taught him in his heart, I do. A dragon never yields. That's what you always told us. That I did. It's a belief I've held since back when I was a lawyer. The dragon stands at the pinnacle of the natural world.
Ram said, "What's up with your blinking?"
Blinking? Something weird going on with the blinking? I have not noticed anything. Welcome to the stream, Rim. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Nothing and no one can bend to its will. That's why we lawyers must pursue the truth like an unyielding dragon, right? We must fight for truth to the bitter end, no matter what it takes. Dirk and Mr. Wright, they have that much in common. That's why I've held on to this badge, even though there are no more lawyers in Kurain. I believe that one day our legal system will return to its former glory, and this badge here is a testament to that belief. I wonder if Nayuta still believes in what you taught us. He does. That much I'm sure of.
A dragon never yields.
I know that belief is etched deep in his heart. I would bet my life on it. After all, he is my flesh and blood. This unshakable faith and confidence, it's what draws people to him, whether they like it or not. Even people like me. You know, I remember back when we were kids. Nayuta used to say with great pride, "I have the blood of the dragon within me." Yes, and that's why I want to free him. Free him from the poisonous clutches of the Garan regime. So that's your other reason for starting a revolution. Yes, I need to smack some sense into that boy of mine. I mean, what else are fathers for? I wouldn't know. Now that we have the orb, on to the next problem. Getting out of here. Well, we're not going back the way we came, that's for sure. Yeah, that might prove to be a little difficult, now that we're finding a way out even up there, but yeah. That hole we fell through is way too high to climb back up to. Actually, I have an idea. That lake water tastes salty, which means it must connect to the ocean. Well, wait a second. You're not suggesting we swim our way out of here. That's exactly what I'm suggesting. But we have no idea how deep that lake goes. It's pitch black down there. Not a problem. How is that not a problem? I mean, how do you even know if there's really a passage to the ocean? Well, one of us has to try, and I'm the better swimmer. Time's a-wastin'. I'll be back before you know it, son. Dirk. He's gone. I sure hope he knows what he's doing. It's been 20 minutes. I hope he's okay. What's going on? The water, it's rising and fast. The need air. I don't know how to swim if I don't grab onto something that floats. This is bad. I better think of something quick. I've got it. As long as I hold on to this, I should be able to stay afloat. It's no use, the hole's still too high up. I'll have to find another way, and quick before I drown. Maybe I can use this like an oxygen tank. Wait, what am I thinking? I need to stay calm and be more rational about this. Puzzle box is still at the base of the altar. It must have been designed to stay put, even at high tide. Wait, that's it. Dr. Buff must have gotten in here from some oceanside entrance at low tide. That's why his footprints were leading out of the lake. So it really does connect to the ocean. Not that that helps. I would drown before I made it out. The water won't stop rising. I'm getting swept away. Please stop. The water's just high enough for me to reach the hole. I'm saved. All I have to do is go back the way we came. The water might even lift me all the way back up over that wall of rock. Here goes. The hole, it's full of rubble. The tunnel collapsing above must have filled it in after we fell through it. This can't be happening. No, I can't give up now. I refuse to die here. The water, I can't. I can't breathe. Is this the end? Dirk, I wonder if he made it out. So this is what it feels like to drown. I would have eaten that sushi if I had known it would be my last meal. I feel like I've been through this before. Now I remember. It was back when all three of us were living in that shack in the mountains. Nayuta and I were playing by the riverside when we got swept up in the rapids. I thought we were goners, but then... Nayuta, Apollo, hold on, I'm coming. That was a close one. Thought I had lost you two. I'm sorry, Dirk. Alright, That's enough now. Didn't I teach you that boys don't cry? Thank you, Father. You could have been killed, but you risked your life to save us. Why? What a silly question. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Nayuta, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? Dirk, this isn't forever, right? You'll bring me back from America someday, right? Of course. I'll come pick you up as soon as things settle down here. Promise. Okay, you promised. Dirk, I waited and waited for the day you would come and take me home. You never came. That's why I tried to forget about you. My life back in Kurain. Dirk, why? Why didn't you? Apollo? Apollo? Apollo, can you hear me? The Dirk still can't swim. You came back. But why? I said I would come for you, didn't I? You can't hold me and swim. We're both going to. Stop talking. You'll bite your tongue. What? We're being pulled under. What's going on? Why is this happening? Oh, where? You finally came to, son. Get your fill of seawater. Good thing your name's not Neptune. The Dirk. You're telling me. Check it out. Snot's coming out of his nose. What a miraculous escape. Not even some of the escape artist greats could pull that off. Oh, what on earth happened? Sorry it took me so long, son. I made it to the ocean, but I figured you still couldn't swim. I found a local fisherman and had him take us out near the undersea cavern. He tied a rope to me, and I came and grabbed you. Then he yanked me back. So that's what pulled us under with such force. Don't forget about me. I assisted in your escape back too, Polly. I've helped compatriots escape from all sorts of places. Mountain jails, island prisons, an undersea cavern. Now that was a first. Dirk, he risked his life for me. Dirk, I'm only alive because of you. Thank you. You're welcome. I just did what any father would do for his son. He saved my life yet again. I guess seawater doesn't make for much of a meal. It's 'cause Polly didn't have any sushi. I haven't eaten anything since this morning. Remember, friends, it is important to eat properly. Please make sure to eat. That's right. Hey, AJ. Dirk had me buy this for you. Thought you might be hungry, ready to have some this time around. Yeah, thanks. Wow, this is delicious. Glad you approve. I had better get some before you eat them all. I want some, just like old times. Dirk used to slice up the fish he caught. We would all eat fresh sashimi together. He used to talk about all the vitamins, minerals packed in the raw fish. Hey, by the way, let me see that orb, AJ. Here you go. So that's what it looks like. You found the legendary treasure. Nice work, Polly. Thanks. Guess you could say mission accomplished. With the orb, our revolution can take a big step forward. Let's celebrate the eve of our revolution. We'll get all dressed up and feast till dawn. Now you're talking. Time to party. After all that, I just want to go to bed. Sure wish Naruto was here. Maybe one day we'll enjoy times like these together again. The revolution, if it can bring back those happy days, you can sign me up for. Sorry to interrupt your little party. I'm here for my crystal. Right, left, halt. It's him again. Well done. Then again, I always knew you could do it. After all, we politicians must be excellent judges of character. Still, I'm impressed you both made it out of there alive. Oh, wait a second. You're the one who shoved us into that pit? It sounds so bad when you say it like that. All I did was give you a little nudge in the right direction. So, it was you. You no good son of a... But don't look at me like that. The crystal of Amy Faye is mine. Now hand it over. Over my dead body. Detective, help! Yeah, I know. Emma, what's going on here? He filed a police report. He claims you're trying to steal his family heirloom. That's him, the one with the long hair. Arrest him this instant. He's the thief that made off with the Attition family's most precious heirloom. Well, I suppose I should ask you to come in for questioning. Down at the police station? I think I'll pass. After all, Mr. Attition seems bent on having me arrested on theft charges. This is not good. If Dirk gets arrested, he'll be sent back to Khura'in to face execution. Sorry, but now that I know you have the crystal, or orb as you call it, I must insist. Will you please come with me, sir?
Hold it!
Emma, I'm afraid I can't let you take Dirk in. He received the orb from Dr. Bluff in a perfectly legal transaction. Is that so? Can you prove it? Of course. This should sufficiently prove that the orb now belongs to Dirk.
Take that!
Take a look at this agreement. What do we have here? Let's see. I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. It appears to be a perfectly legal agreement. Not so fast. That's not the Founder's Orb. It's the crystal of Amy Faye, which means their agreement is null and void. Not to mention the fact that he did indeed come to harm, so, yeah. This is going nowhere fast. You can say that again. Then it will just have to go to trial. Right, Apollo? Mr. Wright. Daddy. What's with you two? You look like you just saw a ghost. Emma mentioned she had seen him around. What are you doing in Khura'in Village, Mr. Wright? Mr. Etitian has retained me as his lawyer. Wait, you're his lawyer? Mr. Wright, why are you serving as Mr. Etitian's lawyer? Because he hired me. He needed my help in getting a family heirloom back from Dr. Bluff. And it seems he correctly foresaw that something like this might happen. It's because those shifty insurgents were harassing poor Dr. Buck, so I knew I might need a lawyer if things went south. I figured with a celebrated lawyer like Phoenix Wright, I couldn't go wrong. Is this what you came back to Kurain for, Mr. Wright? It was just good timing. My work over there just happened to wrap up, so here I am. Plus, Mr. Etitian is a very important client. They know each other. I've never heard Mr. Wright mention his name before. Mr. Wright, are you sure this is Mr. Etitian's family heirloom? That's my client's assertion. He says it's the crystal of Amy Faye. Apparently, it's the crystal she once used for channeling spirits. Who's Amy Faye? She brought Kuani's channeling to Japan, and her descendants brought it here. Her true origins are still rather murky, but what's clear is she is the founder of the Kuei channeling technique. So she's like the one they call the founder in Kuei, the Holy Mother. Apollo, I don't plan to betray my client's confidence. I may not know all the facts yet, but I do know we won't be handing the crystal over to you. What are you saying? I'm really sorry it's come to this. Mr. Wright, I don't understand. Let me spell it out then. If you continue to claim that the crystal belongs to your client, then I will be seeing you in court. Oh, what? Oh, what's gotten into you, Daddy? Nothing. This is strictly business. Two lawyers from the same firm facing off. What are the odds? Lucky for me, I believe I have the right man for the job. Whatever are you going to do? Remember, he is your boss. How did it come to this? Mr. Wright, please, don't do this. Apollo, there's no point in arguing about it here. When it's now clear we're headed to court, that's where we'll find out who the crystal really belongs to. I don't believe it. Am I really going to face Mr. Wright in court? Daddy, Apollo, no, we can't have our agency's talent competing against each other. It's too late, Trucy. The die has been cast. We each have to fight for our client's best interests. But... So, what's it going to be, Apollo? Are we going to have to take this to trial? I have to battle Mr. Wright in court, the legendary Phoenix Wright. No matter how many trials of his I've watched, no matter how dire the situation, he's always pulled out a win in the end. Can I do it? Can I really take on the man whose footsteps I've been following in? I owe it to Dirk to at least try. What should I do? There's no turning back now. If it's a trial you want, Mr. Wright, I'm more than happy to oblige. I'm ready to fight for my client, even if it means facing off against you. Alright, I won't be pulling any punches either, Apollo. The Kid Gloves are officially off. May the best attorney win. You got it. First Daddy, now you. Holly, you're not seriously. Sorry, Trucy. I have to do this. Apollo. Alright then, I better go prepare for tomorrow. See you in court. Daddy, no. Wait. A fine mess I've gotten you into, son. I mean, of all the lawyers we could have faced, it had to be him. He's practically a celebrity in Kurein now. They're calling him the Fighting Phoenix. I'll be fine. After all, I've come a long way too. Who knows? I could even end up winning. There's always a chance. You know, this may be a blessing in disguise. If the trial proves what we found is indeed the Founder's Orb, then whoever asked Dr. Buff to study it may be revealed too. This is our chance to finally pull them out of the shadows. The first step of your revolution. Yes, the revolution to restore Kurein to its former glory, save Nayuta's soul. I swear to fight as hard as I can in court to make that a reality. We're going to win this one. You'll see. I know you can do it, son. Are you winning, son? It doesn't matter that I'll be going up against Mr. Right. I have to win this for Dirk. And for Nayuta, his salvation, along with all of Kurein, depends on it. Just so you know, I'm not going to take sides. Message received loud and clear. Good, because I don't like this one bit. You and Daddy should be on the same team. So sorry, Trucy. Wow, she's really mad. I'm sorry too, little lady. This is all my fault. I'm just worried things will never be the same between Daddy and Apollo if they go through with this. Is that all? Well, I wouldn't worry about that. That's the way it is with us men. We may fight, but we don't burn bridges. Really? Sure. One minute we're trading blows, and next we're having drinks together. We're simple creatures at heart. I sure hope you're right. Sorry I'm late, Apollo. Athena, there you are. What happened with you and Mr. Right yesterday? Oh, about that. I ended up going to the wrong airport. I was waiting there thinking his flight was really late, and before I knew it, I dozed off. By the time I woke up, it was already dark. I figured something like that had happened. Being late and dozing off are the two things you do best. Guilty as charged. So then, I take it you have no idea what today's case is about. Not a clue. Sorry. What is today's case about, if I might ask? Another locked room mystery, a suspect with a flimsy alibi, a dying message. Sorry. Strike 3. You're out. It's a civil case. A civil case? You act like I'm speaking Swahili here. It's just, the Wright Anything Agency specializes in criminal law, or so I thought. In civil cases, there are no prosecutors, right? Instead, both parties retain an attorney. Right. The other attorney is someone you know very well. Really? Who? The trial will begin shortly. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. Okay, let's do this. Apollo, wait. Who's the other attorney? Where is Mr. Wright? No time to explain. Let's go. Okay, right behind you. Court is now in session. Is this some sort of practice session? A mock trial, perhaps? No, it's not, Your Honor. It's the real deal, Your Honor. So then you two have had a falling out. I won't have you using my courtroom for that, you know? It's nothing like that, Your Honor. Exactly, it just so happens that we have different clients in this case. I see. Well, here's to hoping this has no adverse effect on your working relationship. You can say that again. I had no idea we would be going up against the boss today. You sure this is a good idea, Apollo? Trying to figure out something on Steam here. I can't seem to get a straight answer. Nobody seems to really even. I don't know. I don't know. It's. Why can't people understand a basic question, right? I don't know why it's getting so convoluted. Do you want to switch sides? Honestly, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. Well, at least she is here. I'm really going to need her help. Mr. Justice? Yes? Don't expect me to pull any punches just because you're the opposing lawyer. As I said, the kid gloves are off, and come what may, they'll stay off. Same here, Mr. Wright. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. You guys are really chomping at the bit, aren't you? I don't mind a good fight between co-workers. Let's just keep the civil case civil. Now then, if the plaintiff would take the stand, we may begin. Right, left, halt. Noble Judge, members of the gallery, good day to you. I am Paul Attition. This is but the start of my epic campaign, and you all have the honor of witnessing it. I believe the youth of this country are our very future. Too long have they been looked down on and given the cold shoulder. So to them I say, ask not what you can do for your country, ask what you can do for me. Mr. Attition, what is that crazy contraption you're riding in? It's my custom-made election-winning campaign mobile. Beautiful, isn't it? You're at a witness stand, not a campaign podium, so come out of there this instant. All right. Now, with the plaintiff's attorney, Mr. Wright, please explain the complaint filed against the defendant. Mr. Attition's complaint against the defendant is simple. The defendant, one Dirk Sadmatty, stole my client's family heirloom, the crystal of Annie Faye. Mr. Attition merely seeks its return. This wouldn't have happened if that archaeologist hadn't kicked the bucket. I see. Well, Mr. Justice, let's have your opening statement, if you would. The defense asserts the item in question is the Founder's Orb, a sacred relic from Kurain. Go on. It seems someone asked an archaeologist, Dr. Archie Buff, to study the orb. Dr. Buff determined that was a Kurainese national treasure known as the Founder's Orb. The very orb that was stolen from a treasure room in Kurain several weeks ago. Why, yes, I saw a news report about that. The theft of the Kurainese national treasure caused quite an uproar in the kingdom. Well, we believe that was not in fact a theft in the traditional sense, but rather that was spirited out of Kurain by someone for Dr. Buff to study. You don't say. And around that time, an acquaintance of the defendant learned of Dr. Buff. He made contact with the doctor, who agreed to hand over the orb. Apparently, the doctor wanted nothing to do with it once he had learned it had been stolen. It seems you even have a transfer agreement between both parties. Mr. Sadaddy also agreed to return the Founder's Orb to the Kingdom of Terrain once the doctor verified it was the real thing. I see. So this dispute centers on whether the item in question is the Founder's Orb or the Crystal of Emmy Faye. That in turn will determine the object's rightful owner. I had better bring my A game. Going up against Mr. Wright won't be a walk in the park. Come to think of it, the name Dirk Sadaddy sounds awfully familiar, but I can't recall where I've heard it. It's probably your imagination, Your Honor. He's just a tourist after all. My imagination, you say? Are you sure about this, Apollo? He's a wanted criminal in Kurain, isn't he? In Kurain, yes. Here, he's just a tourist. Very well. Let's begin the proceedings. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness? Emma? Show some manners. We're in court. I know, it's just, this is a civil trial, so I was surprised to see a detective take the stand. I had her do some digging on Dr. Buff. What for? You disappoint me, Apollo. First, you know I'm not just a detective. I'm a forensic scientist. Do try to remember that. Second, you owe Mr. Wright an apology. After all he's done for you, you have some nerve. First, I'm sorry, and second, I'm really just trying to do my job. You'll never get anywhere with that attitude. Take some advice from someone who's been there. Why do I feel like I'm on trial here? Detective Skye, your testimony, if you please. The police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time, and just today a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fae clan. It seems the doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. As for the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Attian residents. The doctor is a thief. Why am I just hearing about this now? Well, cat burglar isn't something to put on his resume. He was more careful than that. The fact is, he was a classic treasure hunter. A treasure hunter, like people who have thrilling adventures in exotic places, risking life and limb for glory. I doubt Dr. Buff was the star of his own hit movie series, Athena. Out of respect for the dead, I will say that Dr. Buff wasn't doing it to get rich. Apparently, he only wanted to borrow artifacts to study them. He would then return them as soon as his research was finished. According to the doctor's child, he would even repair or restore some of the artifacts he stole before returning them. He believed he was honoring the dead by discovering their history through artifacts. Whatever lofty ideals he held, it makes no difference. Larceny is larceny. Yes, he certainly sounds no different from a regular thief to me. So, let's say for a moment that the doctor really did do right in stealing artifacts. Might he not have stolen the Founder's Orb in Kurain and brought it back here himself? Nope, there's no record of him traveling overseas over the past few years. Plus, he couldn't very well leave his reclusive child at home all alone. Then this really must be the Crystal of Emmy Faye. Yes, he stole it from the Attian residents, probably so he could study it. This is the left hook I did not need. I bet you never saw that coming, Apollo. When Mr. Wright said the kid gloves were off, he wasn't kidding. Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. The police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff. Okay.
Hold it!
You claim he stole a family heirloom from the Etitian residence. Claiming something doesn't make it true. Unfortunately, it is true. How can you be so sure? A police report was filed concerning the theft 1 year ago. In fact, what? A whole year ago? August 25th of last year, to be exact. The report states, and I quote, "The crystal of Amy Faye was discovered to be missing. From the Etitian storehouse at 10, the storehouse lock had been picked." Signed, Paul Etitian Wimperson. Well, a year-old report certainly lends the plaintiff's claim credence. The doctor really could have stolen the crystal of Amy Faye. Not only that, Your Honor, the Founder's Orb was only found to be missing several weeks ago. That is nearly a year after the crystal's theft was reported. Therefore, I believe we must consider the orb and the crystal to be two separate items. Paul Etitian Wimperson, not the most awe-inspiring tale, isn't it? I can see why he cut it. Not that he inspires confidence without it. Still, I would probably do the same in his shoes. A police report was filed about the crystal's theft a year ago. The theft of the Founder's Orb was only reported a few weeks ago, so the crystal's police report was filed way before the orb was found missing. That suggests the stolen relic is the crystal of Amy Faye, as Mr. Ashton Wimperson asserts. I doubt the police report is a fake. After all, Emma is the one who submitted it as evidence. Still, I feel like something we learned in that police report is important somehow. The police,
Objection!
The doctor stole the relic from the plaintiff. Are you sure? Because that statement doesn't agree with a certain piece of evidence. What do you mean? Take a look at this. What about it? This contains an email from the doctor's computer. Email in that little piece of plastic. I'm afraid I don't understand. This stick here can store all sorts of computer data. I still don't get it. Here, just look at this. Apparently the doctor was reporting his research findings to a certain individual. Now take a look at this. It's the police report Detective Sky presented to this court. You can see the plaintiff's legal name on it. Paul Etitian Wimperson. I can see why he would draw Wimperson from his name. That's hardly breaking news. Look closer, Your Honor. His initials. Right. The plaintiff's full legal name is Paul Etitian Wimperson. Now consider this. The email's recipient address starts with 3 letters. PAW. Don't tell me. Oh, but I will anyway. The individual who hired the doctor to study the disputed item is none other than Politician Wimperson. Wait, then that means... Exactly. He wouldn't have asked the man who stole his family heirloom to study it. Therefore, how could this possibly be the crystal of Amy Faye? We never checked the doctor's emails. We couldn't even figure out the password to his computer. The plaintiff willingly left the orb in the doctor's care so he could study it, at the behest of his benefactor. Wait, then what about the police report? I have all the details of the theft right here. It's probably for another relic, the real crystal of Amy Faye. He's just using the report as a way to claim that our orb is actually his stolen crystal.
Objection!
How are you so certain that PAW refers to my client's initials? Maybe the email recipient was a dog lover. Perhaps. So let's get to know your client a little better, shall we? Politician Wimperson. I suppose shutting down detractors is all part of a politician's job. Answer me this, Mr. Attition Wimperson. What is your birthday? My birthday? It's July 11th, but what's it to do with you? I see. You can address birthday gifts to my office. Full disclosure, I only accept gifts valued at $1,000 or more. Why has everyone gone silent? How can anyone be that self-centered? Politician. Did everyone hear that? He said July 11th. July 11th, or rather 711, matches the numbers in the email address. Both the name and birthday are a match. I hardly think that's a coincidence. Wait, why you sneaky little... Looks like someone finally decided to join the conversation. Would the plaintiff care to explain? I would like to say that is quite what? Quite a thing you said. Any other thoughts? No further comments. I stand by my previous statement.
Hold it!
You can't just walk away. Even politicians have to explain themselves in a court of law. I'm afraid I simply don't know how it happened. I can't possibly explain matters outside of my purview. Perhaps it was a mistake on the part of my secretary. No, you don't, you slippery eel. Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? I won't argue your assertion. My client lent the treasure in question to the doctor and asked him to study it. It seems that much is a fact. Now we're getting somewhere. However, it has no bearing on the issue of ownership. How so? Mr. Attition, I fully understand your position here. You had to hide the fact that you sent the crystal out to be studied. Your family would have been very upset if they had found out. It's a family heirloom after all. You've got to be kidding me. Mr. Wright is, well, right, of course. Then he always is. That's why he's my lawyer. The crystal is a precious Attition family heirloom, has been for centuries. Dr. Buff was so eager to study its proud heritage, I just couldn't say no. I didn't even tell my grandfather.
Objection!
In order to win the backing of your so-called benefactor, you're going to give what you claim to be the crystal of Amy Faye to that person. You were going to give a precious family heirloom away, just like that. I was going to explain everything to Grandfather later. Honest. My client's grandfather is very proud of his grandson for following in his footsteps. If refusing him would have meant dashing the fate of his darling grandson, I doubt the kindly old man could have said no. Well, grandchildren are meant to be spoiled. That's what grandfathers are for. Your Honor, please. I mean, it's been in the family for centuries. My grandfather thinks highly of my talents as a politician. That's why he entrusted me with this very important name placard today.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
So I'm sure he would have been okay with me using the crystal as I saw fit. Grandpa's spoiled little brat. I think the judge is buying it, Apollo. No surprise there. He's always going on about his own grandchild after all. Excuse me, can I leave now, Mr. Wright? I believe my work here is done. By all means, Detective Sky, thank you for your assistance. You're welcome. It's nice to testify at a civil trial once in a while. See you around. It seems the facts have changed somewhat. Mr. Attition Wimperson apparently lent his family heirloom to Dr. Buff. Mr. Justice, how would the defense like to proceed? Alright, now what? Apollo, let's hear what they know about this so-called crystal of Amy Faye. Maybe we can find some inconsistencies in their statements. Right. Okay then, Mr. Wright, if the item in question really is an Ashen family heirloom, then let's hear all your client knows about it. Please tell the defense everything you know about the crystal's origin. Alright, now then listen and learn. This is the tale of the crystal of Amy Faye and the illustrious history of the Action clan. Are you ready? Our story begins back in the old country, when the Attition family reigned supreme. The illustrious history of the Attition clan. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler. He protected the spirit mediums, a minority back then, from the rest of the locals. Some discriminated against them, you see, while others tried to abuse their power. As thanks, Amy Faye gave the crystal she had specially made as a gift to him. I am a descendant of that great lord. As such, my political power and influence is backed by centuries of history. Well, that developed into a great load of self-aggrandizing propaganda fast. As you can see, the crystal of Amy Faye is an heirloom of the esteemed House of Attition. You have proof that has always been in the Attition family. I have someone who gave a statement to that effect. My client's neighbor, One Ives Shinito, age 85, gave the following statement. The Attitians showed me the crystal back when I was but a lad.
Objection!
Can we really trust the memory of an old man? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain that statement to the judge? I didn't mean... What I'm trying to say is... Never underestimate the memory of your elders. I may forget my verdicts the next day, but the memories of my past are clear as day. Therefore, I find Mr. Ives Shinito's statement to be perfectly credible. Did you see how Mr. Wright got the judge on his side? That's definitely a trick I want up my sleeve. You're not helping, Athena. You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Justice.
Objection!
You stated that Amy Faye had the crystal made for your ancestor. So am I to assume it was made in Japan? That's right. The craftsmanship is unbeatable. Well, that's strange. I don't see how your so-called crystal could have been made there. What are you talking about? It's quite obvious if you take a closer look at this.
Take that!
Take a look at the distinctive design here. According to Dr. Buck, it's a Mitama motif dating back to the early days of the Kingdom of Kurain. The Kingdom of Kurain. You base this on? Here, this piece of evidence, Your Honor. These are the doctor's research notes on the Founder's Orb. And this is the box in which the orb was originally stored. It features the same pattern as the one found on the orb. They do look like the same pattern. Therefore, I assert that the disputed item must have been made in the Kingdom of Kurain. My placard.
Objection!
The Kurain channeling technique originated in the Kingdom of Kurain. Amy Faye is known to have traveled there to train. With that in mind, what's to say she didn't bring that pattern back with her? Since this is clearly a Kurenese design, not even you can deny the possibility that was made there in the kingdom of Kurain. Anything's possible to some extent. That doesn't make it true, so you can't conclude that the orb is from Kurain based solely on that pattern. If it were that simple, I could just as easily say it's Japanese. I have to agree with Mr. Wright. The pattern alone proves nothing. That also means there's no basis to claim the item in dispute was made in Japan either. At this rate, we're going nowhere fast. He's right, we're just spinning our wheels here. I wonder if we have any evidence that could break this stalemate. Evidence that could break this stalemate. There doesn't seem to be anything we can use, at least not at this point. Well, unless we can find something, this trial won't be going anywhere. That's much better. What's his deal? I have a suggestion. Why don't we consider this from a different angle? I'm listening. What if the Defiant Dragons really were authorized to take possession of the relic? I'm afraid I don't know where you're going with this, Mr. Wright. Consider the orb transfer agreement, which states, I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. What if, as the last part suggests, this was written under duress? That would render the agreement null and void. What are you suggesting, Mr. Wright? While you were on your little cave expedition, I was investigating Dr. Buff's accident. And there was something you overlooked, Mr. Justice. Namely, that his accident might have actually been murder. What? Murder? Mr. Wright, you do realize such statements are not to be made lightly. Are you suggesting the doctor was murdered by the Defiant Dragons? Yes, but follow me on this for a sec. The books that came tumbling down were from the archaeology shelf. However, among that mountain of books was a single volume on psychology. What's more, there was some blood on it. And you feel this is important because the books that came tumbling down were from the top shelf, the archaeology books. We know this because the doctor's books were meticulously organized by subject. Archaeology took up the entire shelf, so that psychology book is completely out of place. Come to think of it, the shelves were arranged quite carefully. It's also worth noting that psychology books only take up a tiny part of the bottom shelf. You might wonder why a book on psychology was found amid the pile of archaeology books. I believe I can explain what that single out-of-place book was doing there. The doctor was struck from behind while selecting a psychology book from the shelf. And that's when the blood got on the book. Precisely. To make it look like an accident, he was buried under a mountain of archaeology books. Oh, wait a second. This is all just speculation, right? You have proof that it was murder. Of course I do. You do. On a hunch, I had Detective Sky examine the doctor's head wound. She found that he had been struck by the corner of some object or another. Wait, what? A wound like that couldn't have resulted from a fall to the floor, you know? Do you understand what this means, Mr. Justice? The wound makes it crystal clear that Dr. Buff was murdered. Well, that was unexpected. Who would have thought we would break out of a stalemate like this? He pulled the ladder right out from under us. Still, if he thinks that's enough to make me back down, he's got another thing coming. Even if the cause of death was murder, what makes you think it was the Defiant Dragons? You should know better than to hurl baseless accusations.
Objection!
Did you forget who you were up against, Mr. Justice? You didn't actually think I would come to court without witnesses and evidence, did you? Well, what are you talking about? I would like to request further testimony from the plaintiff. Specifically, I would like the court to hear how he saw one of the rebels leaving the crime scene. He what? If he can prove it was murder, that's the end of our client's right to the orb. Did he have this up his sleeve the whole time? How could Mr. Wright do this to us? He was just waiting to spring this trap. This trial has taken another unexpected turn. I must mention, Mr. Wright, that you have yet to identify the murder weapon. The object used to commit the murder was not located at the scene of the crime. The murderer likely disposed of it elsewhere. Well, I never thought we would be deliberating the issue of murder at a civil trial. All right, Mr. Letitia Wimperson, your testimony, if you please. Prepare to be dazzled by charismatic oration forged in the crucible of campaign battles. That evening, I was walking alone, lost in thought. I passed by the doctor's house, and that's when I saw Mr. A Rebel. He was running out the front door. It was around 10 at night. Surely that must have been him fleeing the scene of his crime. A vote for me is a vote to end such violence. That is my promise to you. So the plaintiff saw a possible suspect fleeing from the doctor's residence. It was within the window of the estimated time of death. That's a rebel. What in the world were you doing there then? It seems Mr. A Rebel was loitering about Kurain Village that day. There's evidence he was in the doctor's study as well. Isn't that right, Mr. Justice? You mean the suitcase? Exactly. He must have been in quite the rush to leave that behind. By the way, Your Honor, Mr. A Rebel just so happens to be sitting in the gallery today. See, that's him trying to escape as we speak. Bailiff, don't let that man get away. Right, you backstabber. Why are you doing this to me? Alright, the counsel/defense may question the plaintiff/witness once more. Please proceed, Mr. Justice.
Hold it!
Where exactly were you when you saw Mr. A Rebel? Right here, under this tree. I saw him dashing out of Dr. Buff's front door. And he didn't notice you. No, I was hidden by the tree. Is it really all that important to know from where the plaintiff saw Mr. A Rebel? Yes, I believe it matters a lot. I ask that please be added to the witness's testimony.
Hold it!
Did you notice anything unusual? Yes, his behavior was incredibly suspicious. His eyes were darting all around as he ran off in total panic. As soon as I saw that, I knew he had done something, and it probably wasn't good. Despite that, you still didn't report it to the police. Who would have thought he had killed Dr. Buck? Not me. That's why I didn't report him. So the witness didn't notify the police. Is that an important statement, Mr. Justice? Yes, it's important. I request that the witness add it to his testimony. Sure, why not?
Objection!
Mr. Attition Wimperson, rather than Mr. A Rebel. Wasn't there something else that should have had your undivided attention? Like what? Yes, of course. A politician must also keep his finger on the electorate's pulse and focus on the nation. Sorry, but you're way off. I am. Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? If the witness saw Mr. A Rebel from his position here, then he should have also been able to see the doctor's body. After all, it was right next to a huge window. Why, I believe you have a point there. With the body that clearly visible to the witness, it's unthinkable that he wouldn't have reported it to the police. Would the witness care to respond? Did he fall asleep? Mr. Attition Wimperson. Mr. Attition Wimperson. There are many sides to any issue. What did I ever do to deserve this? In any case, I would like the court to acknowledge the inconsistency in the witness's testimony. Mr. Attition Wimperson, did you really see Mr. A Rebel? Yes.
Hold it!
Where do you think you're going? I thought I would return to my seat, seeing as I had already answered the question. This isn't some small town hall debate, so you just stay right there until I say we're through. I'll have to run that by my campaign manager before I... Mr. Attition Wimperson, I think it's time for you to come clean. So then, does this mean he didn't see Mr. A Rebel? As your lawyer, Mr. Attition Wimperson, I advise you to divulge that matter we discussed. Silence is no longer an option. Are you sure about this? I'm in the midst of running for office. I can't afford to let any strange rumors get out. Don't worry, you won't suffer any blowback for what you're about to reveal. Blowback? I'm not sure I like the sound of that, Mr. Wright. Not to worry, Your Honor. Nothing untoward will come of this, I promise. Now then, Mr. Justice. Remember how it was an anonymous caller that reported the doctor's death? Come to think of it, Emma, who was the first one to discover the body? About that, whoever it was, it seems they wanted to remain anonymous. What? It happens now and then. Some people would rather not get involved with the police. Wait, you're not saying that? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. The anonymous source who contacted the police after discovering the body was my client, Mr. Politician Whipperson. You don't say. So you see, he played his part as a concerned citizen quite admirably, if I may say so. Isn't that right? Yes, indeed. In our society today, there are too many who choose indifference over righteous action. But I don't number among them. That's why I did my duty as a concerned citizen. One might call me the model citizen, one worthy of standing above the rest. What a real standard bearer he is, reporting it anonymously. By the way, Mr. Justice, wasn't there someone else at the scene of the crime when my client discovered the body? You mean Mr. A Rebel? He would have been leaving the doctor's house right around then. That means... Yes, it does. In short, what my client witnessed was Mr. A Rebel fleeing the scene of a heinous murder. And that's not all. Based on what we've heard so far, Mr. A Rebel looked exceedingly suspicious, and that's putting it mildly. We already know that defiant dragons threaten the doctor with bodily harm. Now that they've killed him, the so-called orb transfer agreement is null and void. Apollo, if we don't come up with some sort of counter-argument, what sort of evidence do you have? Can you actually prove that was Mr. A Rebel who killed the doctor? That move had desperate written all over it. It's all I've got, so I'm going with it. Evidence. I suppose it's true that I don't have any. I knew it. I do have another witness. You do? You should know I always come fully prepared, Mr. Justice. My new witness will provide testimony proving Mr. A Rebel's guilt. A new witness? I wonder who it could be. Very well. Bailiff, please summon our new witness. In the meantime, the court will take a brief recess. I would like both sides to use this time to prepare properly. Understood? I knew Mr. Wright would put up a tough fight. Just when I thought we had him, he would turn the tables on us. He really is the turnabout terror. We can't let him blindside us again. Looks like they've got me again. 3 times in 1 year. That's a new record. That's, please, no more new records or bad puns while you're at it. It's hard enough trying to help you as it is. Roger that. I'll be more careful next time. That's, is what Mr. Wright said true? Did you really pay a visit to Dr. Buff that night? Sure did. Can't remember the exact time though. All I know is he wouldn't hand over the orb. Someone put it in his head that we rebels were dangerous. That's why he threw me out. So the doctor was still alive when Dad last saw him. You'll still have to prove it though. Better brace yourself, son. The next witness's testimony could make or break this case. I know. Where's Trucy? She went to go see her dad. Maybe she's still mad. More like worried. Worried that this trial will create a rift between you two. and that you might then leave the agency. She has an active imagination. Excuse me, the trial will be resuming shortly. Let's go see what new testimony awaits us. Alright, court is back in session. Mr. Wright, you said you had a witness. Your Honor, I would like to call the lone survivor of the doctor's murder to the stand. Wait, he can't mean that Sarge is here? You mean Dr. Buff's reclusive son? How did you get him to cooperate? Nothing a little persuasion couldn't handle? The poor child only agreed to help if it meant catching the killer. Getting a kid like that to overcome his fear, now that's impressive. This must be really important testimony for the kid to come out in public like this. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please call your witness to the stand. Oh my. Sergeant Buff at your service, sir. He's here as the drone. Really? Mr. Wright, what exactly is the meaning of this? Past trauma has rendered it impossible for the witness to venture into public. Leaving home was hard enough. It seems leaving the witness lobby was just too much. I would still like to continue with testimony delivered via this drone. I understand it must be terrible to lose one's father like that. Testimony via a remote-controlled toy? Well, let's take things for a spin, see how it goes. Just who's piloting this trial anyway? The judge sure warmed up to the idea fast. I think the phrase you're looking for is gave up. You disappoint me, Corporal Justice. To think I once called you comrade, defending the man who killed Papa, that's full-on treason, soldier. I hereby demote you back to privet. Corporal, privet, what's he talking about, Apollo? It's a long story. Now then, are you ready to testify, youngster? Locked and loaded, sir, ready to rain lead down upon the perpetrator. Papa met with someone the night he died. I didn't have eyes on the ground as I had already melted my siege defense, but I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. From my window, I saw the one designated as getting ejected from the premises. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He must have confused and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it. So he was thrown out, but later returned and committed the murder, did he? Yes, Your Honor. So the man my client saw really must have been the fleeing Mr. A Rebel. Objection. Right, you backstabbing, no good. I didn't kill no one. It's the enemy. Ready all missiles. Capitalist pig, I'll turn you into Corpse Stroganoff. That's just a taste of my ultimate anti-swine weapon. It fires missiles too. Yes, well, the witness is all yours, Mr. Justice.
Objection!
Sarge, are you hiding something from me? How dare you question your superior officer like that? You want to get in on this Stroganoff action with Pig Boy over there, soldier? Sorry, I'm afraid lawyers are missile-proof. Well, what? Would the defense care to explain? It's simple, Your Honor. Just as he is able to see what's happening in court right now, Sarge was able to see what was happening in the study then. With his cherished throne, of course. Now that you mention it. And to think the answer was right before our eyes the whole time. Sarge, you were perfectly capable of patrolling the study that night. So you must have seen something. I'm hit. What is this strange new weaponry you're using against me? Courtroom warriors don't use guns or missiles because evidence is our weapon of choice. And the evidence has exposed your bald-faced lie. My truth bomb, Sarge, has stripped your defenses bare. A truth bomb. Mayday, mayday, I'm going down. Are you all right? Evidence. Never have I seen such fearsome ordnance. Tell it to us straight, Sarge. After all, you want to help your father, don't you? Papa. Yes, you want to find out who killed him, don't you? So please, tell us what you saw that night. It's not what you think. I didn't see anything, I swear. You sure? You seem awfully stressed for someone who didn't see anything. So Sarge, you need to answer my question. Shut your pie hole, maggot. It'll be a scorching day in Siberia before a lowly privet like you orders me around. What's with him in Siberia of all places? If a scorching day is what it'll take, then maybe it's time to turn up the heat. Hey, Athena, you think a therapy session might help? Well, it could help alleviate some of his anxiety. Plus, I'm picking up a lot of discord in Sarge's voice. That usually means the patient wants to say something, can't for some reason. And in Sarge's case, I imagine whatever's plaguing him is pretty severe. In that case, I leave it to you and your mood matrix magic. You got it? Your Honor, I believe I can be of help here. Time for a therapy session, is it, Miss Sykes? Yes, it will help the witness with his anxiety, maybe even enough to testify. Then by all means, please bring the poor child out into the light of day. Oh, but I assume this will be all right with you, Mr. Wright. Why not? It's not like we all haven't been through this before. Well, what are you butting in for, lady? There ain't a place on this battlefield for you. I beg to differ, Sarge. This G.I. Jane's always ready for a fight in the courtroom. And wait until you see what I've got in my arsenal. Analytical psychology. With it, I'm going to blow a big old hole in the armor you've built around your heart. First evidence, now analytical psychology. Where are these WMDs coming from? Oh well, if it's a battle you want, bring it on. You may have started this war, but I'm going to end it. Poor woman Sykes. You've got it, Sarge. Time to seek out the agony buried deep in your heart. Brace yourself. That's strange. You reacted with shock when you discovered your father's body, yet you weren't nearly as shocked then as when you saw Mr. A Rebel. Normally, you would expect the death of one's father to be much more impactful. Enemy fire, direct hit. That is strange. I wonder what it could mean. Well, we know he wasn't as affected by his father's death as he should have been. I think I know why. Sarge, you weren't as shocked as seeing your father's body as seeing Mr. A Rebel because... Sarge, maybe the truth is you left your room that night. That's when you saw it, your father's body. I saw no such thing. Really, you didn't see his body. Alright then, what did you see? Look, Apollo, we've lost some noise. So, just as I suspected, he really did see something. Sarge, please, tell us what you saw. But... the moment I saw it, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't stand to lose yet another loved one. Am I missing something here? Is that why you weren't very shocked when you found out your father was dead? Because you had already sensed that he was a goner somehow. Well, maybe. Please, Sarge, what was it you saw on the night of your father's murder? I saw... Well, what's happening? I don't like where this is going. No more, please. Help. I've confiscated your little toy. The battlefield has no place for unauthorized equipment. Well, Widget. Apollo, I can't continue the session without him. To calm yourself this instant, witness. I hereby order you to submit to your therapy session. What in blazes? Look at me. I'm judge, jury, and executioner now. I hereby convene a military tribunal. This has gone way too far. The bailiff, arrest that drone this instant. Stop resisting. If you don't come quietly, I'll... Give Widget back, right? Finally got him back. Nice work. This witness is truly a handful. Miss Sykes, what's the witness's current psychological state? Let's see. He's emotionally all over the map. So his out-of-control emotions are in control of him. Does that mean we can calm him down if we can figure out the root cause? Yes, so let's see what we can find. Sarge, can you hear me? Is that you, poor woman Sykes? I'm here. Now I want you to take a few deep breaths. Just try to relax. Try it with me. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. In, out, in, out. And now, Let your emotions take you where they will. Go on, just let it all out. All forces attack. That's the least relaxing breathing exercise I've ever seen. So I left my room, but suddenly I got dizzy and passed out. I remember a flame lighting up the room.
Got it!
That's it. Sarge, you were overcome with shock and fear when you saw those flames, weren't you? Was I? Yes, just 6 months ago, you and your mother were caught up in an arsonist blaze, so it's no wonder you would be extremely scared of fire. Yes, that does make sense. And maybe, just maybe, your subconscious fear of fire was what caused you to withdraw from the world. What do you mean, poor woman Sykes? In the outside world, you are bound to come across all sorts of fire. Candles, cigarettes, heck, even the grill at a diner. Even if it's not that often, just the idea that you might see them grew bigger and bigger until you couldn't shut it out. I think you might be onto something. Candles, cigarettes, just thinking about them sends a chill down my spine. The things I take for granted. Now I see. I was afraid of the fire. Strange, I didn't even realize it myself. About that fire, Sarge, can you tell me what it was burning? Just stay calm. Maybe something will come to you. I'm starting to remember. It was that relic. That relic Papa was studying. It was on fire. The orb was on fire. It's still kind of fuzzy. Yes, the orb was burning right in front of Papa. There in the flames was Mama? Now I remember. I saw Mama appear amid the dancing flames. Wait, what? Or what's going on here? Maybe it's a memory from the fire that killed his mother. He might be confusing it with what really happened when his father died. So let me guess. More therapy. This time it seems there's an inconsistency in his statements. I think we should be able to prove it with the evidence at hand. I hope this inconsistency is the key to proving that the relic really is the Founder's orb.
Objection!
Don't blame yourself, Sarge. After all, even if you hadn't passed out, the outcome would have been the same. What do you mean? I'm talking about the time of death. Your father wasn't killed right after you left your room. Or what? Explain yourself at once, Privet Justice. You said you saw your father burning the orb, right? That night he went out to hide it in a cave. So what you saw, Sarge, was something that happened before your father left to hide the orb. So you see, you didn't pass out right before he was killed. You passed out right before he left for the cave to hide the orb in the ruins within. So even if I hadn't passed out, that's right, the outcome would have been exactly the same. That's because your father, Dr. Buff, was killed after he returned from the ruins. Therefore, Sarge, there's no need for you to blame yourself. I see. Privet Justice, can you really say I bear no blame in this? Why do you ask? Because the truth is, if I hadn't engaged in my siege defense, Papa would still be alive. Sarge, Papa wished nothing more than for me to lead a happy, healthy life. That's why he quit his job and moved us out, away from the big city. Even then, I didn't have the courage to set foot into the outside world. In the end, I failed to make Papa's wish come true. Sarge, if you want to make your father's wish come true, if that's what you really want, then who's to say it's too late? Why don't you take the first step now? My first step? That's right. You can cast off all your regret. You can stop standing still. Start moving forward. You have the power within you. I know from experience. I know what it's like to feel like you do. Only you can decide to take that first step. If you don't change your tactics now, Sarge, the victory you seek in the war you're waging will always lie beyond your grasp. I think I understand now. I've made up my mind. As of this moment, I will suspend my siege defense immediately. says Sergeant Buff for reporting for duty. I thought you were a guy. You're definitely not the gruff drill sergeant I envisioned. Oh well, my mama was in the Russian army. I was just as shocked, but it certainly explained a few things when I found out too. May I introduce you to Miss Army Buff, age 12? No way. Careful, soldier. Don't forget I could blow you away at a moment's notice. So she's just too cute. So, have you always been in a wheelchair, Sarge? Negative. Only since I was injured in the fire. Your voice sounds awfully different from before. My drone features a voice modulation device. It's just one of my army's many technological marvels. Well, you fooled me. I thought some 20-something military fanatic was at the controls. If it's all the same to you troops, I would like to continue my testimony. I've just remembered something. It's as crisp and clear as a trumpet at roll call. What did you remember? It wasn't my mother who appeared in the burning orb. It was some lady Papa had shown me a picture of a long time ago. He said it was the Holy Mother, the founder of Kuranism. She appeared right there, right in the burning orb. What did you just say? The Holy Mother of Kuranism was in the burning orb. Oh, what does that even mean? I have a bad feeling about this. Could it be? Could this explain what Sarge means by the Holy Mother appearing in the burning orb?
Take that!
Dr. Buff's research note.
Spin Dash Diva said, I'm back from picking up Dahlia Bug.
Welcome back, Spin. I'm glad you drove safely, and I'm glad you are safely back home. Welcome back, What do they have to do with this? Look at this. The burning orb, the appearance of the founder. This part points to both.
Take that!
There's a legend about the orb involving a mysterious riddle. This song, in turn, is said to contain the key to solving it. If the legend is true, then I believe the answer lies in this part of the song. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire. Only then
Spin
shall
Dash
the
Diva
Holy Mother return.
said, the outside world is big and scary.
Yeah, it really can
Hashtag.
be. It really can be sometimes. There are some very beautiful things out there, but there are also some scary things. Anyone see where I'm going with this? prayers as fervent as fire. You're supposed to set the orb on fire. The whole stanza seems to suggest that the founder will appear if the orb is set on fire. Wait, so the doctor, he... Yes, Athena.
Stream elements.
He had solved the
Said,
ancient riddle of the founder's
"Stay moist,
orb.
my friends. Hydrate."
Papa was a great archaeologist, so I believe in him. I want to believe. I want to believe he achieved his long-time dream of solving that riddle before he died. Well, we won't know for sure until we try it for ourselves. Yes, do it, Privet Justice, please. I want to see what Papa was searching for with my own eyes.
Objection!
The plaintiff must object to this.
Objection!
The plaintiff will stand down and be quiet.
Objection!
You don't have the right to set a precious relic like that on fire.
Objection!
I do. All I needed was Sarge's permission. Since we still don't know if this treasure is the Founder's Orb or the crystal of Amy Faye, any ownership rights Doctor had now belonged to his daughter. Therefore, you have absolutely no right to stop us. Very well, Mr. Justice. I never thought I would be saying this, but you may burn the evidence. Alright, here we go. Look, Apollo, the inside of the orb, it's melting. There's something in there. The dirt, isn't she? Her guard leaves no room for doubt. It's the Founder herself, face and all. I don't understand. The greatest of taboos in Kuranism is a depiction of the Founder's face. Yet here it is, hidden within this orb. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but as you can see, the issue is crystal clear. This figure is the Holy Mother, founder of Kuranism. And based on that, this must be none other than the Founder's orb. But be that as it may, Mr. A. Rebel still may have killed the Doctor. If so, it would render the orb transfer agreement null and void. Don't play dumb, Mr. Wright. The truth of the matter has already been proven.
Stream elements.
Dr. Buck wasn't killed right after Sarge saw Mr. A. Rebel.
Hydrate.
It happened after the Doctor came back from hiding the orb. And you've no proof that Mr. A. Rebel was still around at the time. Your claim that the Defiant Dragons were behind the crime doesn't hold water. And that means the orb transfer agreement is still perfectly valid. Admit it, Mr. Wright. I just burned your whole case to the ground. I won. I actually won. But Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Respond. I didn't think so. Wait, did we just win? Did we actually beat the turnabout terror? You're amazing, Apollo. So don't just stand there, right?
Said, why are the good guys fighting each other?
I'm not completely sure, honestly. Mr. Wright should know that Attition is an absolute douche and he shouldn't be standing on his side, but apparently Mr. Wright got hired by Attition because he thought someone stole his thingy, and we know he didn't. Apollo knows he didn't. Apollo knows what's really going on, so for some reason Mr. Phoenix is just being an idiot. Especially a big idiot. So Mr. Phoenix is actually as a bad guy, right? For some reason. Don't just stand there, right? Do something. Well, I don't think there's any digging out of this hole. Mr. Attition Winterson, I think it's time for your concession speech. I have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is the Founder's Orb. The facts don't lie. You obviously do. How's that for a campaign slogan? Oh, why, you contemptuous peasant! I think this is a good time to wrap up this trial. If both parties have no further objections, I will render my verdict. No objections here, Your Honor. No object. You can't do this. The crystal. No, it isn't. I'll lose the Okay, well, you're probably gonna lose the election even if you don't lose the. Because you just suck, dude. I'm sorry. There's really nothing more I can do. You haven't forgotten about our little chat, have you? What's going on here?
Objection!
Your Honor, I object to the defense's last claim. What? I don't believe they have truly proven that the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, I don't think even you could bluff your way out of this one. What possible argument could you have to claim that this isn't the Founder's Orb? About that. Of course, he can't possibly have hit on something. The defense's assertion is incomplete. This is why. Their claim that this relic is the Founder's Orb is based on a legend. That legend claims that the Founder will return when the riddle is solved at last. Right, that's what happened. The Founder was revealed for all to see. Mr. Justice, what about the rest of the legend? According to the legend, once the Founder returned, she would bestow spiritual power onto the person who solved the riddle. You're kidding, right? Well, Mr. Justice, do you feel great spiritual power coursing through your veins? No. But receiving spiritual powers and stuff, it's all just mystical mumbo-jumbo, right? Maybe so, but you're the one basing your claim on said legend. And what we saw here does not fully fulfill it, does it? No, but consequently, you cannot rightfully claim that this is the Founder's Orb. What's gotten into him? Why is Mr. Wright doing this? It would appear that Mr. Wright has lost a few of his marbles. That couldn't be further from the truth, Your Honor. In any case, I believe this is a good time for a recess. Both sides will have 20 minutes to prepare. I ask that all arguments be ready by then. Mr. Wright, you would do well to wash up find your missing marbles by then, too. Mr. Wright is sure acting funny. I mean, he's famous for going out on a limb. That last assertion was just plain crazy. It's either a bluff or a Hail Mary. Either way, it doesn't make much sense. Maybe there's something we're missing here. Although he seemed perfectly normal when we spoke earlier. Apollo, I have a bad feeling about this. I'm going to go check up on him. What's going on with you, Mr. Wright? Privet Justice. Sarge, I forgot to mention something. On the night of Papa's murder, a strange thing happened. But why are you only telling me about it now? I didn't say anything before because I thought Papa's death was an accident. Now that we know otherwise, I figured it might be important. There's still more to this case. When I left my room and lost consciousness, I passed out right here. That's right above the coffee bar. When I came to, someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? I was so scared I beat a hasty retreat as fast as my wheels could take me. Do you know who it was? No, it was pitch black. Plus, I fled to my room so fast I didn't even have a chance to turn on the lights. Maybe it was your father. No, he would have said something to me. Besides, I would have known if it was him. So then it could have been your father's real killer. My thoughts exactly. But you didn't report this to the police. It didn't even occur to me. It's okay. You were obviously still upset. Don't beat yourself up over it. Apollo, this could be really important information. I think the act of pushing Sarge's wheelchair could be part of some bigger scheme. It's hard to see why else the killer would have done such a thing. Guess I should take her statement down as evidence. Welcome back, Athena. What's with the long face? How did it go with Mr. Wright? What should I... Athena? Sorry, zoned out there for a sec. The recess is almost over. Let's go. What was that all about? Alright, court is once again back in session. Now, Mr. Wright, about that last objection you raised. We, the plaintiffs, still believe that the defense has yet to sufficiently prove its case. They claim that, according to legend, the Founder's Orb will bestow spiritual power, yet the relic in question has failed to do so. Therefore, it has failed its own test. I see. He's sticking with that ridiculous argument. Furthermore, even if it is the Founder's Orb, it can't be awarded to the Defiant Dragons. After all, they were the ones who killed Dr. Buck.
Objection!
What are you talking about? That was already proven to be false. There are no grounds for asserting that the Defiant Dragons murdered the Doctor. I'm afraid there are, Mr. Justice. Your Honor, I would like to present new testimony to this court. Testimony that will show that That's a Rebel did, in fact, kill Dr. Buff. Very well, you may call your witness. I guess Mr. Wright found another new angle. What new testimony could there be this late in the game? Fellow citizens, it is I, Paul Attition, the once and future representative of the people. Not him again. My client divulged new information to me during the recess. He remembered something he saw, you see, something crucial to this case. How very convenient. It was around 11 at night. I was out on a mobile meet and greet around the village. That's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window.
Spin-Diva said, "Oh, that's Suabad. Paul Attition? Really?"
Yep, Paul Attition. Although that's not his full name, he's actually got another last name I can't remember off the top of my head. See if it shows in here. It doesn't. But yeah, that's his name. The games do like their puns, don't they? Mr. A Rebel snuck up from behind and struck him on the head. His weapon of choice, a suitcase. A big, strong man like him could easily swing a heavy suitcase into someone's head. You saw the murder as it happened. You're just telling us now because... I saved the best for last. It's a tactic known to all the political greats. The murder weapon was a complete mystery. My client's eyewitness account has finally brought it into the light. According to the autopsy report, Dr. Buff was struck in the head by the corner of some object. I suppose that could very well be the corner of a suitcase.
Objection!
Eyewitness testimony isn't the same as hard evidence. I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. What's that supposed to mean? We have physical evidence too. A luminol test revealed. The doctor's blood on Mr. A Rebel's suitcase. Well, really? How does that prove Mr. A Rebel used it as a weapon?
Objection!
You should know the answer to that, Mr. Justice, since you know as well as I that the suitcase is covered in his fingerprints. I forgot we had dusted it right in front of Emma. The turnabout terror strikes again. This is quite convincing testimony and evidence. Nevertheless, you may proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Justice.
Hold it!
He snuck up from behind. So you're saying the doctor never even realized Mr. A Rebel was there? That's right. He was utterly absorbed in a book. I see. What did you see Mr. A Rebel do next? He climbed up the bookshelf ladder and dumped a bunch of books down on the body. I believe he was trying to make it look like an accident. That idiot didn't realize I could see everything from outside the window. One of those statements doesn't feel right. Your Honor, I believe the witness made an important statement just now about... The doctor was reading a book at the time of the murder. That's vital testimony. Very well. The witness will please add that statement to his testimony.
Objection!
The doctor was standing in front of the bookshelves, absorbed in a book. You say, "I'm sorry, it seems your testimony is completely unreliable." That's quite a bold statement. Well, let's hear you back it up. I challenge you to prove that I'm anything but 100% reliable. It would be my pleasure. Lately, it seems the doctor's eyes had gotten so bad he needed reading glasses. However, his reading glasses were over on his desk. So you see, there's no way he could have been reading in front of the bookshelves. I'm sorry, Mr. Addison Wimperson. That was it. That's his. He's actually got two last names. It's actually Paul Attition Wimperson, but he took off the Wimperson part and has been going by Paul Attition instead of Paul Attition Wimperson. Of course, Wimperson is a wimpy last name. I'm going to have to ask you to explain this discrepancy to the voting public.
Spindash Diva. Said.
Yeah.
Wimperson, LMFAO. Nice.
You what? I'll explain it, you lowly cur. I simply made a mistake, you see. The doctor was actually sitting at his desk when Mr. A-Rebel hit him over the head. Then the doctor would have been facing him. Surely he would have seen him and tried to run. The Dr. Buff was nodding off. I could tell because his eyes were closed he wasn't moving. Sounds more like what you would do. Then how do you explain the fact that he was struck in the back of the head? Isn't that something that should be impossible from the front of the desk? About that, he bowed his head when he nodded off. That's when he was clobbered. So that's what you saw. Well, Mr. Justice, that sounds like a perfectly reasonable explanation to me. You have a problem with the proposal that the doctor was struck while nodding off. There is a problem, a very big problem. The witness's statement doesn't hold up under the slightest bit of scrutiny. Is that so? Then will you please show this court what evidence you have to justify this? Gladly, Your Honor. This shows the problem with the witness's claim that he saw the doctor nodding off.
Take that!
A diagram of the study. Mr. Attition Wimperson allegedly viewed the murder from here, and the doctor was allegedly nodding off here. From his vantage point, the bookcase would have blocked the witness's line of sight. Why, yes, I believe you're right. But...
Objection!
The fact remains my client knew that the suitcase was the murder weapon, so he definitely has first-hand knowledge of the crime scene. I'm afraid I have to agree with you there, Mr. Wright. Then we have to ask ourselves, from what vantage point did he see the murder? What are you insinuating, Mr. Justice? From what vantage point could Mr. Attition Wimperson have seen the dozing doctor? Once we determine that, I believe we'll finally see the truth behind this incident. The witness saw the murder from right here.
Take that!
You've got to be kidding. But that's... It is indeed. Everything only makes sense if the witness was there in the study. Inside the study, that's the scene of the crime. I know. Mr. Attition Wimperson, the man who claims to be a witness to the murder, was most certainly in that very room. Apollo, are you suggesting? Mr. Attition Wimperson, weren't you the one who actually swung that suitcase?
Objection!
What you're proposing is ludicrous. My client is a small, thin man, whereas Mr. A. Rebel has the musculature to pull it off. He has a point. I gave up trying to fit that thing after one go. That's right. He's the only one who could have lifted such a heavy object. Now do you understand? The rebel that's a rebel is the doctor's killer. Okay, hear me out. If he had actually picked up that super heavy suitcase and hit him in the back of the head, I would have thought his head would be a lot more crushed than it appeared to be. I mean, that would obliterate the back of his skull, right? As long as the suitcase is the murder weapon, the suspicion falls entirely on Dax. You'll have to poke a hole in Mr. Wright's argument somehow, Apollo. I will, with his own technique, no less. If Mr. Attition Wimperson couldn't swing the suitcase around, we'll just have to consider another way he could have used it as a murder weapon instead. I'm going to turn this case on its head, Mr. Wright, just like you taught me. You talk big, Mr. Justice. You have what it takes. Well, this should be interesting. Mr. Attition Wimperson's testimony has been filled with one inaccuracy after another. First he stated that Dr. Buck was in front of the bookshelves. Now he claims that the doctor was sitting at his desk. So where was the victim really when he was killed? Where was his killer? How was the murder weapon really used? So the important thing here is the position of the victim and killer relative to each other. Yes, Your Honor, if they were positioned in a certain way, it would be possible to use a suitcase as a weapon without lifting a finger. You can't mean. I would ask the court to recall the study's layout. It's quite distinctive, as you can see. Now, if Dr. Buck was sitting in a certain spot and his killer was at a certain other spot, the suitcase would become a weapon anyone could use. Very well, Mr. Justice. Where was Dr. Buck's killer at the time of the crime?
Take that!
There. This should wrap things up nice and pretty for you, Mr. Wright. I would ask the court to recall the study's layout. This time, instead of thinking in 2 dimensions, let's think in 3. Only then can we clearly see the killer's method at work. Okay, that's a little tricky, but okay. The killer didn't have to swing the suitcase. If he used gravity to his advantage, that is. That's right. It was the plaintiff, one Paul Attition Wimperson, who used the suitcase. Again, I would have thought, especially from a height like that, it would have just bashed his head in even more than it apparently did, but okay, sure. He pushed it from the 2nd floor and sent it hurtling down onto Dr. Buck, who was sitting at the coffee bar. The psychology book had been at the coffee bar, no doubt. The doctor must have set it down there after he had finished reading it, or the like. His blood got on it, which is why the killer thought to hide it in that mountain of books.
Objection!
That's quite an entertaining theory you have there, Mr. Justice. There's no evidence that the murder took place at the coffee bar. I'm not so sure about that, Mr. Wright. I would say that evidence of the murder occurring at the coffee bar exists. The evidence does exist. I'm going to show you. You are. This right here is proof that the murder took place at the coffee bar.
Take that!
This brown stain was determined to be coffee. What's more, it was still a bit damp when we saw it yesterday morning. One look at this book speaks volumes, I'm afraid, Mr. Wright. It tells us the doctor was having a cup of coffee at the coffee bar. That's when the suitcase came hurtling down, striking him on the head, causing both his blood and his coffee to splatter onto it. Well, Mr. Attition Wimperson. Oh, what motive could I possibly have had to kill Dr. Buck? There it is, that final excuse cornered killers are so fond of. Well, the doctor never returned your crystal to you, did he? Instead, he hid it in the cave ruins. Telling him that the Defiant Dragons were a dangerous bunch was a huge blunder. All it did was make him hide the orb. Your lie came back to bite you in the end. Even worse, the doctor saw the news report, so he knew the relic was the Founder's orb. Welcome on in, Hershey. I thank you very much for the alert, and I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Being the conscientious researcher he was, he knew he had to return it to its rightful place. That meant keeping it out of your hands. You were so angry that he refused to return the relic to you, that you killed him with your own hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Attition Wimperson? That is... Apollo, please don't accuse my client of murder. What do you mean, don't accuse him? Why would you even say that, Mr. Wright? What I meant was, he's a promising politician with a bright future ahead of him. It's in our nation's best interest to avoid burdening him with the taint of scandal. Say what? Right, you had better do something to change the current courtroom climate, or I'll be charged with murder. You know what will happen to her if... Oh, you kidnapped somebody. Oh, we're gonna rip your fucking guts out, boy. If you have any, that is. What's he talking about? Well, I can ponder that later. For now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly believe that Mr. Arep was the killer, and that could explain why he's even protecting him in the first place. I was wondering about that. Didn't the first Phoenix Wright games have something like that as well? Maya being kidnapped in a basement or something, if I remember right? It's been a while since I played those games, but I feel like that was a thing. Are you really going to send an innocent man to prison? I thought you were better than that. Well, Mr. Wright, answer me. Mr. Wright, what in the world's going on here? If you won't say anything, then... Mr. Attition Wimperson, the defense would like to... Apollo, wait! The defense hereby accuses you of... Not you too, Athena. It's just... I wasn't sure whether I should say anything, but... During that last recess, when I went to check on Mr. Wright, I overheard something I shouldn't have. I trust Maya is unharmed. I can't really say. Just remember, if I'm arrested or fail to obtain the treasure, there will be consequences. Consequences of the worst kind, if you catch my drift. Relax. All you have to do is ensure I get my hands on that relic. I must deliver it to my benefactor at all costs. What do they want that relic for anyway? It's something to do with an old legend. My patron seeks the great power said to be granted to whoever solves its secret. Maya, as in Maya Fey. Yes, the boss's legendary former assistant. Miss Fey is being held hostage. So it seems. Why didn't you tell me as soon as you heard this? Sorry, it's just Mr. Wright spotted me before I could slip away. Made me promise not to tell you. He said it would make things more difficult if you found out. As if things weren't already hard enough. So that's why Mr. Wright was acting so strange. I had no idea. This must have been excruciating for him. Think, Justice. There's got to be something you can do. Mr. Justice, about that last statement of yours, I believe you are in the middle of accusing the plaintiff of murdering Dr. Buck. Would you care to continue? I'm sorry, Apollo. I'm really, really sorry. What's gotten into you two? If I accuse that slime bag, I put Miss Fey's life in jeopardy. It seems you finally caught on. I'm far too important to be accused of murder. After all, our nation's future rests squarely on my shoulders. Either I give up, or... Once I present the crystal to my patron, my victory is assured. Then one day I'll become president, and then king. I'll have every politician at my command. Now, retract your accusation. I can't kowtow to him, but the defense would. It would like to retract the previous accusation. Apollo. The dirt. I don't know what's going on here. A lawyer should never look the way you do right now, with defeat and resignation written all over your face.
A dragon never yields.
Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard, never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, roars, latches its jaws firmly onto its prey, till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. Dirt. A dragon never yields. He's right. It's all over if I give up now. If Mr. Wright's hands are tied, it's up to me to do what must be done. He saved my neck so many times. Now, it's my turn to save his. Dirt. Thanks for that wake-up call. Now that's the face of a lawyer you've got there, son. Where there's a will, there's a way. I'm going to find a way to save Miss Fey and see that justice is served. That scumbag is holding Miss Fey hostage to ensure he gets the orb for his patron. It seems said patron believes in the orb's legend. Thing is, the founder did appear when the orb was exposed to fire, just as the legend said. If the legend is true, then we've already solved the riddle, right? The legend says the founder will bestow great spiritual power when she returns. If that's true, it means we haven't solved the whole riddle yet. How can that be? Are we missing something? Maybe. Maybe the part about the founder returning should be taken literally. How will it be possible for a dead person to return to the world of the living? I know, there is a way for the dead to return. Spirit channeling. Of course, you would have to know what the founder looks like first. But the orb has revealed her face to us, so what if it's a sign that we should channel her? Do we know her true name? I think we do, right? Given the facts, in order to solve the riddle and receive the founder's power, I would need... The ability of a medium to channel spirits is the final key to unlocking the orb's secret. That means Mr. Attition Wimperson's patron will need one too. Once that slimy politician realizes that, he won't be able to lay a finger on Miss Fay. Everything's going to be okay, Mr. Wright, because Mr. Politician Wimperson can't afford to harm a hair on Miss Fay's head. Mr. Attition Wimperson, it seems you've chosen the wrong person to take hostage. Oh, what do you mean? Your patron seeks to solve the orb's riddle, thereby receive great spiritual power. However, only Maya Fey can truly give them what they really want. She can. What do you mean, only Maya Fey? Think about what the return of the founder really means. We should have considered it more literally. After all, the orb was made in the kingdom of Kurain, the birthplace of spirit mediums. I think I see now. You need to know what the deceased looks like in order to channel them. But in Kurainism, depicting the face of the founder is taboo. However, her true face was hidden in the orb. So maybe the orb is telling us to try channeling the founder. Exactly. Through a spirit medium, the founder can quite literally return. If the legend is true, the founder just might bestow spiritual power on someone when she does. It's like when Pearls imbued my Magatama with spiritual power. If a human could be imbued with such power in a similar manner, it is said the founder possesses immense spiritual power. Such a great feat would not necessarily be beyond her. Oh, wait a second. Then the legend is true. Do you understand now, Mr. Attition Wimperson? You are holding hostage the final key to unlocking the orb's secret. If anything were to happen to her, the riddle would remain unsolved forever. Unless, of course, it's the royal family that is backing him, in which case the Queen can obtain that power. And then, of course, there's Pearl, who could also do it if she needed to, so that's actually just not true, like, at all. There's always Pearl. Oh, he actually says it, okay. I could simply ask her to help. If she wants money, I have plenty. You really think Pearl would help you after you hurt Maya? She's not the kind of person to be tempted by material gain. She certainly wouldn't help you if anything were to happen to her cousin. Maybe you would like to go ask the Queen of Kurain to channel the founder for you. He could. He would probably get executed for requesting such a thing. It's over. Now confess. You killed Dr. Buck, didn't you? It wasn't supposed to end this way. Mr. Attition Wimperson, are you admitting to committing the crime? You're my lawyer, right? Do something. It's true that I'm your lawyer. As such, it's my job to defend you. However, defending my client isn't the only duty a lawyer has. There's something else that's equally as important. That is finding the truth. Or what? Mr. Attition Wimperson, you have sought to twist the truth in the dirtiest of ways. I was complicit in your hostage-taking. In a way, I was being held hostage too. Even so, there's still hope for me to make things right. I owe it all to you, Apollo. Mr. Wright. I can't allow a murderer to walk away scot-free. Therefore, Mr. Attition Wimperson, I must resign as your attorney. Does this mean I'm under arrest? Well, I've nothing to confess. What? I said I've nothing to confess. I don't. I won't. Especially not to a plebeian like you. This guy doesn't know when to give up. Besides, there's no truth to these allegations. I mean, look at the suitcase. You won't find a single print of mine on it. All that means is you wiped them off, taking care to leave only Mr. Erebos. As many a great politician has said before me, no comment. In that case, try switching things up, Apollo. Look at the situation from a different angle. Is there really nothing that points to the suitcase being dropped from up above? Evidence that points to the suitcase being dropped from the second floor. If the killer pushed the suitcase from the second floor hallway over the coffee bar, that would place him right around here. Maybe, just maybe. Thought of something, Apollo? I believe this piece of evidence to be connected to the dropping of the suitcase.
Take that!
That appears to be a statement. How is that related to this case? On the night of the murder, Your Honor, Miss Army Buff physically left her room. That's when she saw the doctor burning the orb, subsequently passed out, right above the coffee bar. With her there in her wheelchair, the killer wouldn't have been able to drop the suitcase down onto the doctor. Good point. However, according to Sarge, she woke up just as someone was trying to move her in her wheelchair. Okay, hold up. In order to get outside, you have to go through the hallway, right? That's how I understand the thing. The map. Why did her father put her back in her room after she's... I mean, he had to walk right by her, right? Someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? I was so scared, I beat a hasty retreat as fast as my wheels could take me. She must have been in the killer's way, had to be moved. Isn't that right, Mr. Attition Wimperson? If the killer had pushed the wheelchair with his bare hands, we may yet find the conclusive evidence we need. Exactly. Fortunately for us, that evidence slipped right through the killer's fingers. If only he had been able to hold onto it just a little tighter. Now he is neither able to discard nor alter it. Honestly, that piece of evidence wasn't even supposed to be here in this courtroom today. Yet, it looks like sometimes things do get better. But, this wasn't supposed to happen. No? Well, too bad, because the evidence that sped away from you that night has come back to haunt you right here at this very trial. Your Honor, the defense's final piece of evidence is on this person.
Take that!
That's On the night of the murder, Sarge passed out, only to come to and find that someone was pushing her wheelchair. That's when she fled back into her room. She didn't physically see a single soul after that. Not until Athena drew her out through that therapy session, that is. While the killer was able to wipe the prints on the suitcase off, the same can't be said for the prints that got away. My fellow Curanians. Well, Mr. Politician Wilkerson, try to explain your way out of this one. The podium is all yours. The politician, savior of Curain. I am not a crook. I'm a political career. I can't end like this. I'm destined for great things. Something's wrong. This is also a dream, no nightmare. But Mr. Attition Wimperson, are you all right? The bailiff, get him to the first aid station on the double. Well, this was yet another unexpected turn of events. In light of everything that's been revealed, it seems the relic is indeed the Founder's orb. It seems Mr. Politician Wimperson can be considered a suspect in Dr. Buff's murder. Apollo, I want to thank you for everything. Thanks to you, I didn't have to keep bending the truth. I don't know what I would have done without you. Don't mention it. You were amazing today, Apollo. Well, I couldn't have done it without her.
A dragon never yields.
Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard, never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, roars, and latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. A dragon never yields. Every lawyer should take that to heart. As it seems both sides have no further objections, would Dirk Sadmati please take the stand? This court awards the orb to the Defiant Dragons per the stated transfer agreement. Should the Kingdom of Kurain claim ownership? The matter may have to be deliberated in court all over again. I just hope, or shall I say pray, that I'm not the judge presiding over that one. Indeed, a trial like that might spark an international incident. Still, there are bigger and more momentous things astir in the air. The revolution. Dirk's really serious about this. This court is adjourned. Nice work, son. We've finally broken through the last obstacle on the road to revolution. Revolution. It just doesn't seem real. Yes, well, to think you actually defeated the Fighting Phoenix. All I can say is, that's my boy. Well, Mr. Wright did have his hands tied. Who knows if I would have won if he had been able to fight me head on. I see it more like you saved Mr. Wright. Saved him? Remember what he said? He didn't have to bend the truth anymore. It was all thanks to you. I don't know about that. Still, I guess it is kind of nice to be appreciated. Mr. Dirk, now that the Holy Mother's face has been revealed, are you going to have a spirit medium Clyde channeling her? I, for one, would love to see the return of the legendary founder. Just think about it.
Diva said, "Did you win?"
It appears so, it appears so. Yep. Being able to speak to someone right out of the history books. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. What? Why? A face isn't enough. You also need the true name of the one you're attempting to channel. Oh, right. Pearl mentioned something like that. And the founder's true name is known only to the priestess who's been crowned queen. In short, the only living person who knows it
said,
is the current queen of Kurain, Garan. So without her help, we won't be seeing the founder anytime soon. That's no fun. So Dirk, what will you do now? First, I'll start by tracing the route by which the orb came into Dr. Buff's hands. Since we now know it was Paul Titian that asked the doctor to study it, isn't he the one who stole it? No, a political nobody like him couldn't get anywhere near the orb, let alone steal it. And remember, he was saying that he was trying to get the orb for his benefactor. Who's his benefactor? He must have had inside help. My money is on someone connected to the royal family. Oh, right. You said something to that effect back in the cave. Whoever it may be, we need to expose their dirty scheme to the light of day. Well, I'm sure Mr. Wright has plenty of information, courtesy of his dirty client. He might be able to shed some light on this. Privet Justice. That was fine work you did at the trial today. You did your sergeant proud. Back at you, Sarge. It took real courage to leave your room like that. It's all thanks to you and Corpswoman Sykes. With my siege defense over, I can finally sally forth. But the battle's only just begun. One for me and me alone to fight. To lose your mother and then your father. What a terrible thing to endure. Being wheelchair bound doesn't help. Privet Justice. I've been thinking. It's about time I stood on my own 2 feet. After all, I no longer have Papa to coddle me.
Said, I'd love to see you play Chibi-Robo. I think it would go with your style. Cute and simple.
Chibi-Robo.
Face.
Is that a game on Steam? I can certainly take a look at it. I am always open to more suggestions as far as games go, depending on how much it costs and what type of game it is. I'm not seeing it on Steam, so
Spin-Diva said,
oh,
it's for the GameCube. You can emulate it.
Feel free to send me a link in either Discord or private messages, and I can take a look at it at any rate. I don't normally play, I don't think I've ever tried to emulate a game before. It's just like downloading the program to emulate it, right? I could at least give it a look through if you want me to. After all, I no longer have Papa to coddle me. I'm afraid I don't follow. Take a good look, soldier.
Spin-Diva said.
This is one small step for a man.
It's an adorable game.
I do love adorable games. I do love the cute things. One giant leap for me. Hold my throne for me, would you, Privet Justice? Yes, sir. What is she up to?
Stream Elements said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Oh, see, when she said she was injured and that's why she was in the wheelchair, I just assumed that then she was paralyzed. I guess she just lost her leg strength or just never tried to stand up. Okay. Well, she's standing now, so... Well, what's this? Sarge, you mean your legs? There. The doctor told me I was ready to walk again months ago. If I admitted I could walk, I knew I would have to leave the house. So I faked it. Makes sense, but I kept pretending I couldn't walk. I know Papa is watching over me now. I would hate to disappoint him. So from this day forth, I'm going to march forward on my own 2 feet. What a brave kid trying to move forward like this. It must be so hard this soon after her father's death. Don't you ever stop. You just keep on walking, comrade. Stay brave, because there will be days when you'll want to stop. But I have faith you'll find a way to muster the strength to push through them. Yeah, you can do it. Hey, Daddy's back. Mr. Wright, what's that look on his face for? Oh, Apollo. Is everything all right with Miss Faye? She's safe. For now. Well then, we had better go save her. Quick. Where is she anyway? I'm afraid I have some bad news. Maya's not here in the States. She's still in Kurain, and she's still being held hostage by the mastermind behind this whole thing. Oh shit sticks. The mastermind. That's right. Paul Attition Wimperson was nothing more than a pawn. Maya's true abductor is in the kingdom of Kurain. What? I don't understand, Mr. Wright. What in the world's going on over there? What's going on is third world dictatorship at its finest. But as shocking as that news was, it was only the beginning of something big enough to shake Kurain to its very core. Revolution. I was being swept up in a mighty wave that nothing could stop. Of course, at the time, I had no idea what the days ahead had in store for us. Oh my, I guess we've gotta go save Maya now.
Stream Elements.
What do you mean Miss Faye is still being held hostage? And who's this mastermind? Paul Attition Wimperson was nothing more than a puppet. His benefactor was the one pulling the strings. Just like American politicians aren't actually in charge. Oh, we probably should go into conspiracy theories though. I have no idea who they are. So all we know is it's the person who was trying to give the orb to. Right. He was just following orders. Whoever it is, it seems they really want to get their hands on the orb. So then, Miss Faye's abduction is the work of this so-called benefactor too. Right again. Whoever they are, they're in Kurain. Along with Maya. I wonder who they could be. Right, this Maya, the spirit medium you've been talking about. she wouldn't happen to be that blonde-haired young lady who defended back into rain. That's her. Why do you ask? I see. I think I know what's going on here. I've got good news for you, right? Maya is somewhere safe. That much I'm sure of. I'm afraid you've lost me. Oh, so we don't have to save her? Okay. So that's who the Little Snot's patron is. It's all starting to make sense. That fool has no idea I'm here in the States with you all. Dirk, you mind filling us in? No caller ID. I wonder who's calling. Hello? Mr. Phoenix Wright, yes. Let me start by thanking you for taking such good care of my subordinate. Who is this? I believe you know me as Mr. Attison's benefactor. Attisons. Sounds like you're using a voice changer or something to disguise yourself. Where's Maya? Is she safe? I had my ears on today's proceedings. What a shock it was to hear that the key to solving the fourth riddle is a spirit medium. I admit I did not see that coming. Wait, did they plant a listening device in here somehow? Nevertheless, don't think for a minute that it will guarantee Maya Fey's safety. She is not the only medium within my reach, you see. You harm a hair on Maya's head and you'll have to answer to me. Right, give it here a sec. Wait. Hey there, how's it going, stranger? Who is this? Why, it's your friendly neighborhood dragon. I just happened to be in the US on a little trip. Minister of Justice, Inga Karkul Kurain. Inga? What? Maya's kidnapper is Kurain's Minister of Justice. I mean, I feel like that was pretty obvious, but yes. Dessert, is that you dirty turncoat? How in the... What in blazes is going on here? Oh, you know, just popped over to the States for a little R&R. But enough about me, Inga. That was a poor excuse for a bluff you pulled just now. We both know your threats are as empty as your head. You can't lay a hand on Maya Fey, and I do mean that literally. What is he talking about? You can kiss your chances of getting the orb goodbye. Maya Fey ain't my only, how shall I say, insurance. You know, Dirk. What? I've got someone dear to you right in the palm of my hand, see? Now that one, well, you can imagine what kinds of things I could do, right? Glad you're seeing things my way. Meet me at Amar's tomb tomorrow, 3 sharp. You'd better come alone. Got it? If all goes well, the orb is all you'll need to get Maya Fey back. The Dirk, what's going on? You heard him. I have to get back to Kurain at once. What? Why? No time to explain. Are you even going to make it? What if there are no seats left on the next flight? Plus, you're a wanted man. They're not going to just let you get on a plane. Let me worry about that, Mr. Justice. To Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth, what are you doing here? Taking care of the hostage situation. Now that you mention it, Pearl did say that she saw you around in Kurain Village. I had him look into a few things while I was on my way back from Kurain, including Maya's situation, of course. I was astonished to hear she was still in Kurain earlier, and explained why I found no connection between her and Mr. Attition. Sorry to interrupt, but going back to the plane situation, I've taken the liberty of charting one for us. It's ready to take off at any time. I will do what's necessary to hide the fact that Dirk Sagnati is on board. Must be nice to be Chief Prosecutor. Right, we have no time to lose. We must head for Kurain at once. Right. I'm going to. After all, you're bound to need my help. No, fair. I want to go too. This isn't a vacation, Trucy. Besides, I'll need you to hold down the fort. But Daddy... Yes, I should also only bring what's necessary. Sorry, Trucy, but would you mind holding on to this stuff for me? Unnecessary evidence foisted onto Trucy. Fine, but you had better bring me back something besides just more evidence. Excellent. Now let us make haste to Kurain. And that's how our sudden trip to the kingdom of Kurain began. I never imagined I would return to the country of my youth under such circumstances, though. That was a long flight. It's already 2:30 in the afternoon. Talk about cutting it close. The kingdom of Kurain. This is no time to reminisce, but I gotta say, this place sure brings back memories. Hurry up, Apollo. Right behind you. Amara's tomb is located in the courtyard of Garan Palace. We should have just enough time to get there. Then let's sprint there. Think you can keep up, Apollo? Sure, no sweat. I'll contact the royal family and the local police and inform them of our arrival. Thanks, Edgeworth. I wasn't made for all the running and climbing and near drowning I've done this week. It's 2:45, only 15 minutes left. See that cylindrical building rising in the distance? That's Amara's tomb. Amara, wasn't that the previous queen? The one who was assassinated? Yes, and I'm the one they pinned it on. It'll take a few days to get to the tomb from here. So you have returned, barbed head. I've seen her before on the news. If I remember correctly, this is the Crown Princess Rafa Padma Kurain. What are you people doing here? This is the royal residence. Commoners are not allowed entry without permission. A prosecutor from the States should have already called and requested permission for us to enter. As to why we're here, your benevolence, have you seen Minister Inga? If you seek my father, I just saw him heading toward Amara's tomb. Was he with anyone? You know, like some shady-looking underlings or something? No, he was alone. Why do you ask? Looks like she has no idea about Miss Faye's abduction. You hear that? I think we have company. Bow down before her glory. Her Eminence Queen Garan, Grand Priestess of Kurain, approaches. Garan. Garan. It's Queen Garan. Guards surround Amara's tomb at once. Yes, Your Eminence. What's she doing? Is she going to help us? Excuse me, Your Eminence. So our barbed head lawyer returns. May we presume you're here for Maya Fey, the spirit medium who has been abducted? Yes, you may. Allow us to apologize for the criminal actions of our husband. Oh, no need to apologize for him. Honestly, Inga, abducting a guest from our country, how could you? Father abducted someone. Your Eminence, what about those soldiers over there? They are the Garan Royal Guard, soldiers who serve the crown and no other. A Royal Guard. They are an elite force selected from only the most loyal and outstanding of our subjects. And why have you ordered them to surround the tomb? The police will not come if it is my husband who is committing the crime. We shall have to storm the tomb and take Minister Inga into custody ourselves. What? You mean... Garan, no, his hostage is in there. Dirk, how dare you set foot in the palace? Have you come to turn yourself in? Listen, we need to call a truce for now. Garan, Royal Guard, seize this traitor of the crown. As you wish, Your Eminence. Resist and you die. Oh, wait a second. Slow down there, Garan. I'm here to conduct a hostage exchange. But if you take me in now, Maya Fey is as good as dead. A hostage exchange? And why would he choose to do such a thing with you? We can talk about that later. Right now, I need to get in there before it's too late. If I can't resolve this in 20 minutes, you can storm the place. Now then, if you'll excuse me... Dirk, wait! Guards, allow the insurgent Dirk Sadmati to pass. Barbed Head, you have some explaining to do. Right. Well, while we're waiting here, Apollo, why don't you explain the situation? What? Me? Leave nothing out, Hornhead, or I'll dehorn you where you stand. Hornhead, she doesn't waste any time coming up with nicknames. And what's with the attitude? Her father's the one who abducted Miss Fey. Do my ears deceive me, or did I hear talk of my father abducting someone? Oh, you heard right. He abducted Maya Fey and... an insolent fool! But pardon my rudeness. A gentle soul such as my father could not possibly have committed such a crime. Gentle? You think he's gentle? I'm afraid it's true, Your Benevolence. He's holed up in that tomb as we speak. Really? I find this difficult to believe. Why would he do such a thing? Your Benevolence, you saw your father heading toward the tomb. I did. I was over on that veranda deep in thought when I saw him hurrying toward the tomb. I would say it was about 10 minutes ago. Why was he rushing? Maybe he was worried he would be late. Did you see anyone else heading for the tomb? I saw no one else after he entered. So Mr. Inga and Miss Fey are the only ones in there besides Dirk. Who knows? But I wouldn't be surprised if he had a minion or two with him. Dirk, I sure hope he's alright. It's only been 5 minutes. It feels like an eternity. Patience, Apollo, patience. It's been almost 20 minutes. What's taking Dirk so long? The appointed time has come. Our royal guard shall now storm in. Can't you just wait a little longer? No, we cannot. Every second we wait puts the hostage's life in even more danger. Therefore, we see no alternative but to order our guards to storm in. But that'll put Miss Faye's life in danger too. Guards, storm the tomb and seize Mr. Inga, along with the insurgent Dirk Stadnati. Yes, Your Eminence. What? Dirk's under arrest too? Naturally, that traitor snake assassinated my predecessor, Queen Amara. Now go, seize them both. We're going in. Follow me, men, for Her Eminence, Tihara Garain. I hope no one gets hurt. Your Eminence. What the? Why are they running back out? What is the meaning of this? So something terrible has happened. Dirk, the minister, he's dead. What's this? What? Apollo, quick! I'm right behind you. No one enters without our... Come, let us see what has transpired. Yes, Your Eminence. And so another young girl loses her father in the same day. God dang. Oh, where's Dirk? Apollo, over there. Dirk? Dirk? Whoa, what? What have you done? Apollo? But look. So it is Mr. Inga who has fallen. Guards, seize this murderous man at once. Yes, Your Eminence. Surrender now or perish, rebel scum. No, wait! Dirk, they're taking him away. Dirk just threw something at me. Wait, this is the... Is he telling me to keep it safe? Nick, is that you? But Maya, are you alright? The Dirk, he saved me. I feel exhausted. I can't keep my eyes open. Maya. Mr. Inga, the man behind Miss Faye's abduction, had been killed, and Dirk was arrested for his murder. So it was that the abduction of Maya Fey came to a sudden and unexpected resolution. With this, the curtain fell on the minister, but things were far from over. Apollo, what happened? I can't say for sure, but from what I can tell, it seems Dirk has killed Mr. Inga. What? You think he did it to save Miss Faye? Most likely, but who knows? I'm really confused right now. But my father, this cannot be. I must see for myself. Your benevolence, we cannot allow you to pass. Fools, stand aside. Forgive us, but we have direct orders from Her Eminence, Queen Garan. Father, oh Father. Dirk, you will pay for this. Apollo, let's go regroup somewhere.
Said. Draw, color.
Oh, are you coloring pretty pictures then? I hope you're having fun with that. I do like coloring every now and then. Yeah. Dirk, it wasn't really you that did it, right? Are you okay, Apollo? Yeah. Edward's speaking with the local police, so let's sit tight until he returns. Okay. I know you must be in a state of shock right now. I need you to stay with us, Apollo.
Said, working on a collage for my slash and dash stream transitions.
Oh, that sounds nice. Here's hoping it turns out the way you hope it does. I know sometimes having a mental picture and actually getting to work out can be a bit difficult. I'm kind of excited though, looking forward to seeing what you come up with. I know you must be in a state of shock right now, but I need you to stay with us, Apollo. He's right. I can't go to pieces now.
Spin-Diva said, I posted a pic in the art section in my art section.
I have a tendency not to look at Discord when I'm streaming, so I will definitely see the after stream though. So that could be it. That'll be exciting. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'll be fine. Right, Mr. Justice. I'm afraid I have some bad news. It looks like things will only get more complicated from here. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what's happening with Dirk? As I understand it, he has been officially charged with the murder of Mr. Riga. He has? However, I did manage to get us permission to investigate the crime scene, and I expect we'll be allowed to visit Mr. Sadnati shortly. Thank you. I'm sure glad Prosecutor Edgeworth is here with us. Also, it just so happens that Detective Sky is here in Kurain, so I have asked her to assist us with our investigation. What's she doing here? It seems Prosecutor Sadnati has grown quite fond of her. He's been ferrying her around all over the place. A few days here, a few days there. They've almost become a team of sorts. Despite what Nayuta says, it seems he thinks highly of Emma's skills. So what now, Apollo? I think I'll go pay Dirk a visit at the detention center. I want to go check in on Maya at the hospital. What about you, Athena? Well, if there's footwork to be done, I had better stick with Apollo and give him a hand. Very well. Then I will accompany Wright. Okay, we'll go our separate ways for now. Alright, if anything comes up, you have my cell number. You know your way around here, Apollo. It's been over 10 years since I left, but I'll try not to get us hopelessly lost. Apollo, here to see your old man, are you? Dirk, are they done interrogating you? Nope, the fun hasn't even started. I imagine they'll really rake me over the coals, though. Considering the country we're in and how they do things, I wouldn't be surprised if you mean that literally. I would not be surprised. I don't even want to think about how harsh their interrogation method will be. Yeah, but that's nothing compared to what they'll do if they find him guilty. They branded me a terrorist who killed the previous queen, and now the justice minister. If found guilty of these crimes, I'll be facing a very public execution. The public execution. This is worse than I thought. Come on, son. Turn that frown upside down. You'll jinx us. As soon as I get out of here, I'll take you to this tasty hash house I know. I would like that. I really need to focus on what happened. Time to switch to work mode. Dirk, can you tell me what happened? Oh, and there's also something I want you to take a look at. Dirk, what happened in there? You didn't really kill Mr. Inga, did you? Well, the thing is, I really don't know. I remember seeing the mural of the founder right as I entered the tomb, but I got all dizzy immediately after that. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. What if it wasn't actually Mr. Inga the entire time? What if it wasn't actually Mr. Inga behind the scenes the entire time? What if it was somebody else pulling the strings? What if it was somebody else that actually killed the previous queen and has been doing the entire thing? And covered in Inga's blood. So you don't remember meeting with him? No, the last thing I remember after entering the tomb is feeling really dizzy. There's no way he can explain what happened if he can't remember anything. Yeah. I suppose there's no getting out of this one. We can't give up yet. I was just messing with you, son. Stop. It's not funny. So sorry. Sheesh. Nothing seems to faze him, not even being arrested for murder. This is going to be one tough case, Apollo. Not only have I been charged with Inga's murder, but I've also been charged with Amara's assassination from 23 years ago. You're on trial for 2 charges. Garan is practically licking her chops just thinking about my public execution. Guess it means we can't afford to lose our heads. I don't know how you can laugh at a time like this. So, son, I take it you'll be defending me at my trial. Of course, you can count on me. That's my boy. Looks like your nerves are as steely as those vocal cords of yours. After all, you've got the Defense Culpability Act to contend with, too. Oh, right. So if you're found guilty, then I'll be charged with the same double homicide. Don't tell me you forgot about that. I'll be fine. I just have to make sure we win this one. You sure? Because you don't sound very fine. Apollo, what was that about an assassination 23 years ago? About that incident 23 years ago. That was when the previous queen, Amara, was assassinated, wasn't it? Yes, someone set her private residence on fire. She lost her life in the ensuing blaze, and you were arrested for the crime. Why would they arrest you, Mr. Sadnati? Weren't you just a lawyer back then? What relation could you have had with the Queen? About that, Amara was, well, she was my wife. You're saying you were the king. You were the previous king. In a way, that makes Prosecutor Sadnati a prince? Okay. I may not look the part, but I was once husband to a queen. In short, I was royalty. What? No way. Are you saying you won the heart of the reigning queen? Come on, you're talking to a guy who honed his prowess against witnesses on the stand. Even a queen is no match for this dragon's glare. Or the dragon's dragon, if you know what I mean. And I think you do. Well, wow, you're really something else. So was the verdict ever reached, Dirk? I acted as my own attorney and won.
Diva said,
Until I was
Ho, ho, ho,
accused
ho,
of
ho.
fabricating evidence, that is. Then it would all went south. Now where have I heard a story like that before? What happened after that? I made a run for it. You ran, but why? I didn't kill Amara, and I didn't fabricate any evidence. But if I had stuck around for a retrial, I would have been found guilty for sure. I couldn't allow that to happen. Amara's true killer would never face justice if I did. So I left my law practice behind and went underground. But that was 23 years ago. Are you telling me that after all these years, you still haven't discovered the truth? Yeah, the fact that it was an arson means that the crime scene was reduced to ashes. There's little in the way of evidence left. It's just been a brick wall after brick wall. I guess that means it's all up to me to figure it out. Along with Mr. Inga's murder, of course. I think I'm going to be sick. Come on, son. Don't look so down. With you on the case, it'll work out somehow. I hope he's right. Say, son, do you remember my office? Sure, I remember that messy, dimly lit room. The file I've amassed on Amara's assassination is kept there. I think it might help you on this case. Do you remember how to get there? Let me think. I recall going in through a manhole. How can I not, Dirk? I hated how I always got so dirty getting there. And that stench. That old case is important too, but I should probably focus on the minister's murder first. I see you got it safely out of the tomb. Why did you throw it at me like that? I want you to listen carefully, son. The orb must not fall into Garan's hands. Not ever. I thought Mr. Inga was the one who was after it. He was the one who lent it to Professor Buff to study, after all. So you haven't exposed his crime now. I have, but there's more connected to this relic than meets the eye. Much more. And whatever it is, I can't help feeling that could turn this entire kingdom upside down. You said something like that before. Looks like Dirk's intuition is at it again. Like, for instance, the Queen can't actually channel. She's not a legitimate queen. Garan will do anything to retrieve this, so guard it well, son, at least until tomorrow's trial. I'm afraid your time is up. Nanayuta, it's time for the prisoner's interrogation. So be gone, you putrid-headed criminal abetting lawyer. You can't prosecute this case. You have got familial relations with the man. This is a conflict of interest. I object. Wait, don't tell me you're the prosecuting attorney. What? But that would mean... Is there a problem here? You bet there is. He's your father. And your point is, my relation to the accused is irrelevant. The fact remains I am a prosecutor. No, that's not what I don't think I'm getting through to him. Nagita, long time no see, son. How have you been? Look, I hear you've been serving Garan rather faithfully. In fact, whatever happened to our dream of taking her down and changing this country, son? The past is the past. What do you mean? Why are you doing this? It's simple. People change. The Nagita you knew exists no more. Listen, son, I don't know what made you change like this, but you're still my boy, even if you prosecute my case. The rest of the Defiant Dragons and I eagerly await your return. Whenever you're ready, we'll welcome you back with open arms. As I said, I've moved on. Now let us waste no more time, for flowers do not blossom simply from talk of the past. Nayuta, why do I get the feeling there's something he wants to say, but can't? Guard, move the accused to the interrogation room. Yes, sir. This way, you rebel scum. Watch it. Not so rough, will you? Nayuta, is he seriously going to prosecute his own father? So, this is the tomb of Imara, the previous queen of Kurain. It's really lavish. I guess you could say it's fit for a queen. Is the faceless woman in that mural over there Imara? No, that's the Holy Mother. She's the one who brought spirit channeling to Kurain. Oh, right. The woman in the orb. Oh, it's you two. Getting right down to business, I see. Hi, Emma. We heard you would give us a hand if we needed it. Yep, Mr. Edgeworth asked me to help where I could. So it's been quite a while since you've been back in Kurain, I hear. Yeah, more than 10 years in fact. Well, you sure didn't waste any time. I mean, you're already mixed up in a murder. You're as big a trouble magnet as Mr. Wright. But please don't say that. My luck's already bad enough as it is. Emma, I hear Prosecutor Savati has requested your services again. He seems to have really taken a liking to you. You mean his ephemeral holiness? I don't mind that he approves of me and my abilities. It's just, his people skills need some serious work. But when he manages a smile and compliments my work, it's hard to say no. Plus, working on investigations overseas is a priceless experience, but flying back and forth between here and home every few days with no days off, that's been tough, and the lack of sleep has been brutal on my skin. To make matters worse, the defendant in this case is someone I know. I mean, how could this get any worse? Sounds like they've got one complicated prosecutor-detective relationship going on. Emma, have you determined the cause of death? Blood loss from a stab wound. A single stab in the back was enough to cause the victim to bleed to death. The estimated time of death is 3, which is when Dirk came onto the scene. Any suspects besides Dirk? No. He, Maya, and the minister were the only ones here, and Maya had been tied up until she was freed by the Queen's Royal Guard. Could someone have been hiding somewhere in here? Not likely. I was told that this tomb was searched from top to bottom right after the murder, and during that time the Royal Guard set up a perimeter to prevent anyone from escaping. In other words, the crime scene was completely sealed off. It would appear so. No way for a third party to escape without being spotted, so... Great. It's another one of those convoluted locked room mysteries. About the victim, Minister Inga. He was the kingdom's Minister of Justice, correct? Yes. Inga Karkul Kurain was the second most powerful figure in Kurain. Plus, he was married to the Queen. Seems strange that someone of his status would abduct someone. Apparently, he only told a few of his most loyal subordinates about his plan. That way, there was little chance of the police or even the Queen finding out. What was Inga hoping to gain by getting his hands on the orb? That I don't know, but I'm working on it. I wonder if it really was for what Paul Attition Whipperson said. I must deliver it to my benefactor at all costs. What do they want that relic for anyway? It's something to do with an old legend. My patron seeks the great power said to be granted to whoever solves his secret. A great power that is said to be bestowed upon whoever solves the orb's secret. In Kurain, only those who can channel spirits are said to be fit to rule. Was that why Inga wanted such power? Did he want to be king? So this is the tomb of the previous queen. Yes, Queen Amara was laid to rest here. She lost her life in an arsonist's blaze. What a tragic end. I heard this tomb sits on the actual site of her residence before it was burned down. They built it on the same spot so her soul could rest in peace. So this is where the fire happened. Why do you think Mr. Inga was holding Miss Faye captive here? It's the perfect spot if you think about it. It's close to his private quarters, which made it easy to keep an eye on his prisoner. And the courtyard is only open to the royal family, so he had little fear of prying eyes. Plus, the tomb is normally locked, and only the royal family is allowed access. So that's why he picked this place. How long had Miss Faye been held captive? About 6 days. Really? That long? It appears that she was severely weakened by her prolonged confinement. She passed out as soon as she was freed, and is now on an IV drip at the hospital. She's been asleep ever since. Poor Miss Faye. I hope she gets better soon. Emma, do you mind if we start looking around? Sure, I've already got the okay. Knock yourselves out. Oh, and here. It's a diagram the police drew of the tomb. I thought I would give you a copy to help your investigation along. Thank you. Oh, and let me know if you need my forensic expertise. Don't you dare keep all the fun to yourselves, you hear? You don't need to worry about that. Besides, I would hardly classify this as fun. It looks like the Holy Mother was painted here to watch over Amara's sarcophagus. So it's like this tomb is protected by the founder. That must be so reassuring to those she left behind. Only one problem. They didn't paint the eyes she needs to do said watching. Come to think of it, she doesn't have a mouth to smile down on the tomb with either. It's actually kind of creepy. I wonder if being watched over by something like that gives a queen nightmares. Hey, keep that up and the founder just might come and watch over you too. So this is Amara's sarcophagus. Let's take a closer look. Hey, these curtains open, Apollo. That's one big sarcophagus. They say the mummy of Amara, the former queen, rests inside. A mummy? Rats, it's locked. Hey, don't touch that. You mean you can't search inside it? Not a chance. Besides, it's not something anyone would try opening anyway. What if the real killer's hiding inside? Anyone in there? Then don't do that. You're going to get us cursed. Cursed. The queen likely bears a grudge toward the living after such a violent, painful death. So no one dares touch the sarcophagus for fear of incurring her wrath. Oh no, Apollo, what am I going to do? Don't look at me. In any case, the sarcophagus is a temperature control. It's kept really cold to preserve the mummy. So even if someone did decide to hide inside it, they would eventually freeze to death. I see.
Diva said, "I'm much happier with the blending woo."
That sounds like a plan, friend. Hopefully everything worked out great. I'm not going to pretend to be competent in such things, so I always admire people's skills that I don't have. Still, if they bundled up, I bet a person could hide in there for a little while. Look, one of the statues is broken. Yeah, but it's kind of hard to see from here. Let's check it when we get a little closer. It's full of ash. My guess would be this is an incense burner. Hey, look, Apollo. There's something in the ashes. Let's see what it is.
Said, "Now I just gotta add the black lace, hee hee. Would you like me to eventually do an emote for you? As a friend?"
Well, I
Happy
wouldn't
face.
ever say no. I mean, if you really wanted to. No pressure on doing it. I mean, if you don't want to, then that's fine too. And yes, all the black lace and velvet. All the black lace and velvet. Let's see what it is. Is that a gemstone? Wonder what it's doing here. I've got this one covered, Apollo. Would you like to hear my brilliant theory? Well, I guess it wouldn't do any harm. You know how people make wishes by throwing coins into a fountain, right? You know, on second thought, I'm good. What? You sure you don't need to hear my theory? I was just about to get to the good part. Let's just ask Emma. That'll be much quicker. Excuse me, Emma. What's this gemstone doing here? Oh, that. It's not a gem. It's a button, albeit a very expensive one, from the victim's jacket. Must have fallen off and gotten in there somehow. See, every puzzle has an answer, Athena. Well, I thought my idea was pretty good. Wait, what's with this suit? See here on the gemstone. Hey, you're right. Wow, it's covered in blood. With blood splattered this large, it must have gotten all over the killer too. Come to think of it, there was blood on Dirk's clothes. The circumstantial evidence points to Dirk being the killer. That's what I would conclude if I were a cop too. Why are things always so bleak for me? Hmm. The sarcophagus is surrounded by a curtain. I bet someone could have hidden behind it. True, but that's one of the many places the royal guard checked after storming in. Wow, they were really thorough. Yes, well, apparently one of their members loves mystery novels. He peered into every nook and cranny with an almost frightening amount of gusto. And when he was done, he said, "Very interesting. It's like one of those locked room mysteries. Sounds like he's in the wrong line of work." Well, you look at that, friends. It is 1800 already. So we will be saving and ending for today. If Mrs. Dash sent that link to potentially play this game, that
Spin Dash Diva said 1800.
6 o'clock in the afternoon for those people who don't use military time. Anyway, if you send that link, I may very well play that game tomorrow. If I can get it to work, if it looks like something, I might be able to do. Otherwise, we will be trying to escape rooms. So something along those lines. We will be resuming Phoenix Wright as usual on Monday. So stay safe, friends. Thank you for coming, Spin. I hope everybody has a wonderful existence.
Spin Dash Diva said, I'm in the future by an hour. GG on the stream.